Thank you. May I ask the gentleman in the row right there as well? Yes, you're looking at me. Yes, may I ask that you join them and move, cascade down a bit for me as well. Thank you. Please do not be shy. Kindly keep moving forward. Keep moving forward. May I have some stewards help me do this? I can see a gentleman who moved forward only one seat. Gentlemen, please move here. Okay, move this way for me. Thank you. Yes, right there. And the two persons behind you as well, bring them along. kind of music this morning, but I must say that it might be too early to have this kind of soup. However, the soup that is brewing is a different kind of soup that is brewing with technology and innovation here at the National ICT Week 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're excited to be here, please a huge round of applause for yourselves as well. Before we get things started, please let's observe the following rules. In the case of an emergency in this auditorium, please do not panic. First off, we have quite a number of exits that would be manned by stewards that would draw you out. The entrance and exit here is forbidden to be used the whole time. The Ministers of State, together with the Deputy Chief of Staff, who will be joining us this morning, will be the only ones per their protocol to be able to use that exit and entrance, please. Also know that if you are in any of the front area, especially for all of us who are in the first half here, would have the exit and entrance at the back. We have two of them at the back. There's a third one that will be open onto you to allow for more persons to move out quickly. And also we have one up front here. And there's a third one you'll be directed to that is directly behind the stage as well for you to use so long as it is cleared for us to be able to go through. So please, based on this, if lights go off, do not panic at all. Again, there is a standby generator which will kick off in just about a few seconds, and then we'll get power restored. Also, if you need to use the restrooms, at no point in time would any of us, except if you're seated up front here, will be able to come all the way up front and exit the auditorium. Please use the exits at the rear where we came from. If we're able to observe these rules, then we're more than happy to proceed this morning. Shall we proceed? Shall we proceed? Wonderful. Last year, in the 2025 celebration of the National ICT Week, was awesome. In 4 days, we covered a wonderful conversation, a typical number of conversations about digital innovations that we're going to have and transformations for this country. This year, the conversation has shifted slightly, and we have a theme that guides our celebration this year. This year, while we're here, we are looking at the Ghana digital economy, where we'll have some finance forum to go with it as well. Today, as the opening day, we'll have also some unique conversations where we'll have plenaries together with panel discussions that will come our way. The very first part of it before coffee break, which will be just about 30 to 40 minutes of our time this morning, would be opening remarks that we shall hear from all stakeholders, and especially our opening keynote address for those who have been invited as key persons to speak to us. Without further ado, in the next minute or so, we'll have everyone come through, and when our dignitaries do so, we shall rise as protocol demands, and after that we shall remain standing and take a prayer. Allow me to acknowledge our partners, HR Focus, MEST Africa, also Kweku Tech, and Institute of ICT Professionals Ghana. Our platinum sponsor this morning, Broad Spectrum. We also have Smart Infraco as other sponsors, Huawei, GDS Africa, MTN Ghana, everywhere you go, Margins ID Group, IPMC, C Squared, and Minglu Blocks. Ladies and gentlemen, please a huge round of applause for all our sponsors. I believe that while your expectations are clear this morning and the agenda may be set, what it is that there will also be time for questions and answers, especially after the panel discussions or the technical presentations. I'll prompt you on which presentation is technical enough that will require that would have questions and answers. There would always be enough room for question and answers. Today, we promise to stick to time so that we can be within the time and manage it properly in order to be able to close early today, as tomorrow is another day, so we can stay refreshed to come in. Now, at the end of the week, I would say in terms of a rap sheet, is the celebration of excellence in ICT with the National ICT Awards that will come by the end of the week. Last year, again, was a very amazing evening. This year promises to be super exciting. Please make sure you book a ticket to be there for those who have the opportunity to do so. Otherwise, you can follow the news, and we can give you all the updates on those who won what from the news. My name is Atuabas, and truly it is an honor and a pleasure to be here with you as MC for the opening day and subsequently the awards ceremony as well. We shall have our dignitaries come in one after the other, and as I mentioned, as soon as they start coming in, led by the Acting Director General of NITA, we'll have everyone up their feet, and welcome them. And after that, we'll have an opening prayer. May I have Joyce Opoku join me here, just to stand by me. Yes, Joyce Opoku is a senior manager in the HR department, and she will be doing us the honors of an opening prayer. Please appreciate her with a huge round of applause. While Joyce stands by, compa, please, this one I know is extemporeous. Please do me one short tune. I'll break in as soon as we have our guests coming in. After that, we'll take the prayer. Ladies and gentlemen, please, another round of applause. Thank you.
Assassini, eya buode nemaye, mojana na nomshiego nyande to maye, edomene wososo, sayebe biatuaso, nimdian trason konton krane apese minkuminya, edi ebrem dem amaya sasiho, do atomse, omano sebeye. Omano sereyeyo, eyense na ose, oman fumirane, omano sebeyeyo, omano sereyeyo, eyense na ose, oman fumirane tre. Yengaraya sasini, eya buodin nemaye, mojana na nomshigo nyande to maye. Edomene wososo, sayebe biatoso, nimdian traso konton krane ape semin kuminya, edi ebrem dem amaya sasiho do atom se. Omano sebeyo, omano sereyeyo, eyense na ose, oman fumirane, omano sebeyo. Omano sereyeyo, eyense na ose, oman fumirane, omano sebeyeyo, omano sereyeyo, eyense na ose, oman fumirane, omano sebeyeyo, omano sereyeyo, eyense na ose.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please shall we all rise as we receive our dignitaries, led by the Deputy Chief of Staff in charge of administration. As we appreciate their presence this morning. Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, you want to appreciate their presence with a wonderful round of applause. We are grateful to have you join us this morning. Shall we all remain standing, please? May I ask for our special dignitaries to remain standing at this point while we take an opening prayer to commence. May I now invite Joyce Opoku to do us the honors. Thank you.
Please let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for another great opportunity to meet together as one today. Father, we commit 2026 National ICT Week celebrations onto your hand. We even pray that even as we engage and discuss on national important issues on innovation, you lead us in a very useful discussions and understanding. Father, I commit all the sessions beginning from today through to Friday onto your hands. We pray that you lead us to have impactful and successful discussions that will impact our country, Ghana. Also, in all the sections that we'll be having, lead us, help us to be able to comprehend and understand, and after that, everything that we do, it will be able to help this nation move forward. These and many others we ask. In Jesus' name do I pray. Amen.
Please be seated. Thank you very much. Shall we please appreciate Joyce Opoku while she takes a seat? Wonderful prayer. It felt like a church in here for a minute. Thank you very much, Joyce, for doing this last year and for doing this year as well. Welcome to the National ICT Week Celebrations 2026. Truly, it is an honor to be here with you this morning as we focus on a number of conversations that are going to move especially the digital economy forward. This morning, ladies and gentlemen, our theme focuses on innovation at scale, creating opportunities across Ghana's digital ecosystem. It is important that we look at all things, especially while we're looking at digitization at scale this year. And it is important that from the conversations that we've had last year in 2025 and the previous year in 2024, we would be scaling up this year in the third year as we move forward. Without saying much about what we've already mentioned while our dignitaries were about entering the room, ladies and gentlemen, let's invite somebody who needs no introduction at all. She's a remarkable person who runs the affairs as the governing board chairperson of NITA. Allow me to say a few things about her. Well, while her appointment as chairperson of NITA, NITA's governing board comes at a particularly significant moment in time for the agency as Ghana works towards strengthening the governance and regulatory architecture of the digital sector. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the chairperson of NITA Governing Board, Ms. Estelle Akofio-Sowa. And these will be for the opening remarks. Thank you. Or you want to keep clapping until she comes up? A woman whose pedigree actually has a lot running to go through this morning will be quite a lot for me. Welcome, madam.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everybody. Morning, morning, morning. I'm normally a very paper and pen person, so fingers crossed this goes well. I decided, I know some of my C-Squared members are in here, and they're probably giggling inside, watching me here with an iPad instead of a paper and pen, but it's great to be here. And so I welcome everyone, the Chief of Staff, Office of the President, the Honorable Minister of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovations, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, members of the Board of the National Information Technology Agency, Acting Director General, the management and staff of NITA. Let me simply say, friends and colleagues, you are very welcome, and thank you for joining us. It's a great pleasure to me to welcome you all on behalf of the board of NITA to the 2026 National ICT Week. We are delighted to have you join us for this important national gathering, which brings together all of us to reflect on Ghana's digital transformation, and more importantly, the opportunities and the challenges that lie ahead. This year's theme, Innovation at Scale, Creating Opportunities Across Ghana's Digital Ecosystem, is both timely and significant. It speaks to a fundamental reality. Ghana's digital future will not be shaped simply by the technologies we develop, but by our ability to take successful ideas beyond individual projects and transform them into solutions that create opportunities and national development for all. The National ICT Week is a platform for critical national conversation, collaboration, knowledge sharing, and action. And it provides an opportunity for all of us to examine where we are as a country, acknowledge the progress we've made, identify the gaps, and explore how all of us can work together to accelerate Ghana's digital transformation. As the board of NITA, and I welcome my colleagues here with me this morning, we recognize that a strong digital ecosystem requires strong institutions. Technology must be supported by effective governance, sound policies, responsible investment, skilled professionals, secure infrastructure, and institutions that are capable of delivering and sustaining digital solutions. This is particularly important at a time like this, where the pace of technology change continues to accelerate. And as we were walking out here, we were expecting a human being to guide us, and we were met by a robot who decided he didn't want to speak English. It was only going to be Ga. So I'm declaring there's a Ga robot in the house with us this morning. Artificial intelligence, cloud computing, digital public infrastructure, cybersecurity, data-driven services, and emerging technologies are creating new possibilities for how governments, businesses, and citizens interact and create value. The opportunity before Ghana and the world is significant. But with opportunity comes responsibility. We need to ensure that innovation is inclusive, it's secure, it's sustainable, interoperable, and focused on creating real value for all. The theme for this year's celebration also reminds us that innovation cannot remain concentrated in a few institutions or sectors. We must create an ecosystem in which young innovators can build, collaborate, and scale their businesses for the benefit of all. The private sector has an important role to play. Academia must continue to generate knowledge, research, and talent. Government must create an enabling environment. Development partners can support capacity building and investment, while innovators and technology professionals bring new ideas and practical solutions. When everyone comes together to work together, that's when we'll really see innovation moving from idea to solution at scale. And that's the spirit in which we welcome you to the National ICT Week. We encourage you to spend all your time here over the next few days, connecting, challenging us, sharing ideas, and building the Ghana we all want to see. As the board chairperson, I also wish to assure all of you that the board remains committed to providing the strategic oversight and governance necessary to support NITA's mandate and strengthen its contribution to Ghana's digital transformation. The future of Ghana's digital economy presents enormous possibilities. Let us together build an ecosystem where innovation is encouraged, investment is attracted, talent is developed and rewarded, partnerships are strengthened, and successful solutions can scale. On behalf of the board of NITA, I extend our sincere appreciation to everyone who has contributed to make this week possible. To our distinguished guests, speakers, exhibitors, sponsors, and participants, a very warm welcome to the National ICT Week. Thank you for God and country.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're doing it, do it better. For Ms. Akufo-Addo, Madam Chairperson of the Governing Board of NITA, please another round of applause for her while she takes a seat. This indeed is a warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and based on this, the tone is set for us to be able to move forward. Bringing it home even further is someone who would be welcoming us in an address, but assumed the role of the Acting Director General just last month. He is a very young, energetic person, succeeding from Ms. Dr. Mark Oliver Kevo from last year. He has been described as an experienced technology professional with more than a decade of experience in IT, including work on major government digital transformation projects. Ladies and gentlemen, please, the new Director General has pledged to work with the board, management, and staff to advance a secure, innovative, and digitally inclusive public service. Let's welcome the Acting Director General of NITA, Nana Yao Amoah Yeboah, please. While Mr. Yeboah makes his way there, you want to still put your hands together. Thank you.
The Chief of Staff, Office of the President, the Honorable Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovations, Chairperson and members of the Board of NITA, heads of government institutions, captains of industry, members of the academia, technology innovators and entrepreneurs, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure on behalf of the management and staff of NITA to warmly welcome you to the 2026 National ICT Week celebration. This year's celebration is under the theme, Innovation at Scale, Creating Opportunities Across Ghana's Digital Ecosystem. The theme reflects an important priority for Ghana, moving beyond individual innovations, creating solutions that can be adopted, integrated, and sustained at scale. We have demonstrated our capacity to innovate. Our task now is to translate innovation into practical solutions that create opportunities and measurable national value. For NITA, this aligns with our mandate to support a coordinated, interoperable, secure, and sustainable public sector digital environment. Ladies and gentlemen, National ICT Week is more than a celebration of technology. It is an opportunity for government, industry, academia, innovators, investors, and development partners to exchange knowledge, build partnerships, and identify practical solutions to our national challenges. NITA continues to play a strategic role in Ghana's digital transformation through technical direction, ICT standards, coordination, interoperability, and shared digital infrastructure. We are already seeing the impact of this approach. More than 600 government institutions and assemblies have been onboarded onto the Smart Workplace, demonstrating the value of shared digital platforms in improving efficiency and reducing duplication. We are also advancing the Ghana electronic document wallet ecosystem, engaging stakeholders on trusted digital documents and credentials, whilst working on a regulatory framework for data center and cloud services to strengthen security, reliability, and accountability. Our work on Ghana.gov is equally important. We are committed to developing it into a more integrated gateway through which citizens can conveniently access government information and digital public services. As we look ahead, NITA will continue to strengthen interoperability, cybersecurity, data security, system resilience, and the responsible adoption of emerging technologies, including AI, cloud computing, and advanced data analytics. But digital transformation is ultimately about people. We must invest not only in infrastructure and systems, but also in the skills and capabilities of the people who will build, manage, and use them. Distinguished guests, the scale of Ghana's digital ambitions require a collective effort. Governments must provide leadership. The private sector must continue to invest and innovate. Academia must contribute knowledge. And all stakeholders must work together to move ideas from innovation to implementation and ultimately to scale. At NITA, we remain committed to providing the technical and institutional foundations that enable this transformation. I wish to express our sincere appreciation to the Ministry of Communications, Digital Technology and Innovations for its policy leadership and continued support, and to the board of NITA, for which I'm privileged to have Ms. Estelle as my board chair, for its strategic guidance and oversight. We equally are grateful to all our partners and stakeholders for your continued collaboration. I encourage all participants to make this National ICT Week a platform for learning, collaboration, innovation, and action. On behalf of the management and staff of NITA, I once again warmly welcome you all and wish you a stimulating and rewarding celebration. Thank you, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, a huge round of applause for the Acting Director General. A huge round of applause one more time. Thank you. Well delivered in as much as possible. I really appreciate the fact that we are still looking at investing into the persons that run the technologies. And I believe that Madam Chairperson, together with the Acting Director General, are speaking the same language at this point. And it tells me that the tone for this conference truly set will stay and help our focus as we move along. A huge round of applause as we appreciate our sponsors. Broad Spectrum as our platinum sponsor, please. A huge round of applause for them. Also, other sponsors we have, which we appreciate immensely: Smart Infraco, Huawei, GDS Africa, MTN Everywhere You Go, Margins ID Group, IPMC, C Squared, and Mingo Blocks. Also, our partners: HR Focus, Mest Africa, Institute of ICT Professionals Ghana, and Kweku Tech. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for them. Moving away from this, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to bring on a goodwill message from one person who has taken the time to actually support the movement and this celebration all throughout the week. I understand that there will be further collaborations coming up in the year because he's already excited. Some person who has had about 18 years in this industry running a conversation about chief operations from banks, 6 financial institutions as he's done that. He's also moved through the ranks of holding positions in technology as CTO or CITO in some cases. Protection and data protection is usually a very strong conversation on his mind, especially for consumers and for clients as well. Today he stands here as the Group Chief Financial Officer of Broad Spectrum, which is our platinum sponsor, and also sharing with us a few words or sentiments that will propel us in this conference as we move along. Please, let's welcome Mr. Samuel Osil Kwetia. Sammy, you're welcome, yes. I believe at this point there'll be some slides, and in the next 10 minutes we shall hear from you. Please, another round of applause. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, and good morning. My name is Sam Kwetia, and I stand on all existing protocols and wish to welcome each and everyone to this program. Wish you all the best and the best of experiences as we go through the week. We'd like to use the time to share a few words on what we do at Broad Spectrum, briefly. So BSL is an integrated ICT business, and what we do is that we have built an ecosystem in the entire ICT value chain, and we're able to deliver all ICT projects through the network of portfolio of companies that we've built. Because of time, I would like just to show you. So this is the portfolio of companies for Broad Spectrum. We have a fiber core called Spectrum Fiber, and under Spectrum Fiber, it's purely fiber. We're able to take every connectivity project and we're able to deliver it seamlessly without any challenge. And then we also have Broad Spectrum Digital Payment, which is a payment business and a fintech licensed by Bank of Ghana, delivering some good solutions in the fintech space. Then we have ISG, which is Infrastructure Services Ghana, which is able to take every infrastructure project and also deliver it. We have Agro Spectrum. Agro Spectrum is an agri-tech business that also leverages technology to deliver agricultural solutions in the agriculture space. What we've done with Agro Spectrum is that we have registered 1.6 million farmers all over Ghana, particularly in the northern part of Ghana, which constitute 65% of the national food basket of the country. And then with these farmers, we are able to deliver solutions using IVRs to enable them get to know when to plant, when to apply fertilizer, when to harvest. We have also developed solutions that enable them to know the health of the plants and what they are doing. What we've done is that we've registered their farms. We've taken the geo-coordinates of every location. We know the farmer. We know where he lives. We know his next of kin. And through that, we're able to deploy solutions with intervention with the ministry. And we did this through with the Ministry of Agric and the Agricultural Development Bank, where today we can boast of solutions that advises the ministry on what to do when it comes to agriculture. We also have Onyx Data Center, which is one of our flagship portfolio of companies, which is a tier 4 data center at Amran here. And we're able to provide every data center solutions that you require. Now, at Broad Spectrum, we are very proud of what we are doing. What we do every year is that we go into the various universities, and minimum we recruit about 25 to 30 people locally from the universities, and we train them through the various subsidiaries that we have. And at the end of the period, we give them the skills that they require to be able to face what is happening in the industry. We won't speak too much. What we are saying this morning is that we are happy to be part of you. We welcome all of you to this week's program and we urge you the best of experiences. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kwetia, thank you so much, and for making this as brief as promised. Please, another round of applause for him. We pray that next year, please jump on the bandwagon one more time and let's do this together. If there's anything higher than platinum, please take that position for us. Thank you. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate you. Now, with the opening keynote speech this morning, ladies and gentlemen, is one person who is not new to this conference. Last year, similarly, he did the opening keynote for us from the Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovations. He is the Deputy Minister there and also the Honorable Member of Parliament for Sisala West. Please, let's welcome the Honorable Sukbaru, please. Honorable Mohammed Adam Sukbaru, please, to the stand. You can do better while he comes up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. When I was listening to the address, especially when you were introducing me, I heard you say the Deputy Minister for Communication, and I always want to be addressed the MP for Sisala West first. For that, I know it is my 4 years is guaranteed. And as we are all aware, somewhere last week, my boss is here, the Deputy Chief of Staff. We are hearing who within the, after our appointment, those who appoint you can disappoint you. But when you are elected, unless of course you've done something against the Constitution. So for my 4 years as Member of Parliament, I know, but I know, of course, my hard-working Deputy Chief of Staff wouldn't do that because I know for sure, together with the agency, we are doing our best. Yes. By the way, anyway, the Honorable Deputy Chief of Staff, my own mother, the chairperson, and the members of the board of NITA, the Director General and Management of NITA, the security members present here, members of Parliament, if there are any here, heads of government institutions, representative of development community, captains of industry, members of the academia, technology innovators and entrepreneurs, members of the media, all protocol respectfully observed. Good morning. I bring you greetings from the Honorable Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation, Honorable Samuel George, who would have wished to be here with us, but as he's engaged somewhere for another important engagement, he's asked me to represent him on this very important occasion. It is an honor to address you at this opening ceremony of the 2026 National ICT Week celebration, organized under the theme Innovations at Scale, Creating Opportunities Across Ghana's Digital Ecosystem. This theme is relevant to Ghana's digital transformation agenda. Technology has become an important driver of economic growth, public service delivery, innovation, and national development. The focus of government is building the policies, institutions, infrastructure, skills, and partnership required to maximize the opportunities presented by our digital economy. For the Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation, this means advancing a coordinated, interoperable, skill and innovation-driven digital ecosystem that creates opportunities for citizens, businesses, public institutions, and young people across the country. Over the past year, government has taken significant steps towards advancing this digital transformation agenda. One of the major milestones has been the launch of the Ghana's National Artificial Intelligence Strategy in April 2026. The strategy provides a national framework for the responsible and inclusive adoption of artificial intelligence, with emphasis on data governance, infrastructure, talent development, ethical use, and practical application across sectors of the economy. It also set out Ghana's ambition to position itself as the leading artificial intelligence hub in Africa. The launch of the strategy has been followed by practical measures to support its implementation. The ministry has initiated an AI capacity building program for the public sector in partnership with the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, United Nations Development Program, UNDP, and the government of Japan. The program is equipping public officials with the knowledge and skills required to identify practical application of AI, manage associated risks, and align institutional priorities with the national AI strategy. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we advance our digital transformation, the development of the human capacity required to drive this transformation remain a priority. The 1 Million Coders program represents one of the government flagship investments in Ghana's human capital. The program seeks to equip 1 million Ghanaians with practical digital and coding skills relevant to employment, entrepreneurship, and participation in the digital economy. The nationwide rollout is already generating and encouraging participation, with more than 12,000 courses completion recorded within the early weeks of phase 2. These interventions demonstrate government's commitment to developing a generation of Ghanaians with the skills and capabilities required to create, manage, and apply digital technologies for national development. Alongside skills development, government continues to strengthen Ghana's digital infrastructure and connectivity landscape. Government is pursuing reforms to facilitate greater investment and competition in next generation connectivity. We have announced an ambitious target of achieving 70% population coverage of 5G by the end of 2028, while reviewing spectrum policy to ensure that this scarce national resource support investment, deployment, and wider public value. The ministry is also advancing reforms to ensure that Ghana's communication and digital regulatory framework remain responsive to technological development. This includes the review and deployment of legislation covering communications, digital services, data governance, and emerging technologies. Our regulatory approach seeks to provide the certainty required to innovation and investment while safeguarding the public interest and strengthening confidence in Ghana's digital environment. Government system must be able to communicate, scale, and efficiently. Common standard must guide the development of digital system and help reduce duplication. Shared platform must enable government to drive greater value from public investment, while resilient digital infrastructure must support the delivery of essential public services. The ministry will continue to provide strategic policy and regulatory direction, while NITA will play a critical role in translating that direction into regulatory guidelines. Technical architecture, standards, shared infrastructure, and implementation support required across the public sector. This partnership will be essential to building a coherent digital government ecosystem for Ghana. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our digital transformation agenda must be underpinned by trust, security, responsible innovation. As government services, businesses, and economic activities become increasingly digital, cybersecurity and data protection have become fundamental components of national resilience. It is the priority of the ministry to strengthen our cybersecurity capabilities, improve institutional coordination, protect personal data, and promote the responsible use of digital technologies. This becomes even more important as we expand the use of artificial intelligence and data-driven systems. Innovation must be accompanied by strong governance framework that protect privacy, promote accountability, and maintain public confidence. The transformation we are pursuing also requires stronger connection between research, innovation, industry, and investment. Ghana is home to universities, research institutions, technology companies, and entrepreneurs with the capacity to develop solutions that can create significant economic and social value. Our collective responsibility is to strengthen the pathway that enables research to translate into innovation, innovation to develop into enterprise, and enterprise to contribute to job creation, productivity, and economic growth. The ministry will therefore continue to engage industry, academia, innovators, and technology communities in building in an ecosystem that supports responsible experimentation, commercialization, and adoption of innovative solutions. National ICT Week 2026 provides an important platform for this engagement. It brings together the institutions, businesses, innovators, researchers, and professionals whose ideas, investment, and decisions will shape the future of Ghana's digital economy. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take the opportunity to commend the board, management, and staff of NITA for convening this year's celebration. I encourage all participants to use this week to exchange ideas, build partnership, examine emerging opportunities, and identify practical solutions that can accelerate Ghana's digital transformation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Ghana's digital transformation is entering a new and more demanding phase. The foundation we establish today will determine our ability to adopt and benefit from the technologies, services, and economic opportunities of tomorrow. We must therefore remain deliberate in strengthening our digital infrastructure, developing our human capital, building capable institutions, and creating a regulatory environment that encourages responsible innovations. Our ambition is to build a digital environment that is efficient, secure, interoperable, and innovative, and one that contributes meaningfully to national development. Our task now is to consolidate these gains and translate them into sustainable systems, stronger institutions, greater opportunities, and measurable outcomes for Ghana, for Ghanaians. I therefore call on all stakeholders to use this National ICT Week to deepen collaboration, strengthen partnership, share knowledge, and identify practical opportunities to accelerate Ghana's digital transformation. With the right policies, right infrastructure, right institutions, and right skills and governance frameworks in place, Ghana can harness technology as a powerful instrument for economic development, job creation, innovation, and empowered public sector service delivery. I wish you all a successful, productive, and impactful 2026 National ICT Week celebration, and may the good Lord continue to be with us. Thank you very much once again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, the Honorable Subaru. A resounding round of applause. Indeed, I was very excited to hear that the efforts towards scaling is both collective and eclectic, coming from government, inviting all of us to be stakeholders in this in order to scale appropriately for the digital economy that we want to see. Thank you very much, Honorable Suparu, for the reassurance of government's efforts towards these. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Now we move into a set time where we have our guest of honor and also keynote speaker address us. Although she's here in a certain capacity, which I'll announce as we go along, she brings somewhat a different perspective, although a very equally important perspective also to this. Allow me to introduce our guest of honor. Our guest of honor is a human rights lawyer with more than 3 decades of experience spanning human rights law, litigation, governance, gender equality, children's rights, and public policy. She is, I'm proud to say, a first of many for the portfolios that she has held. Previously, she served as Africa Regional Coordinator of the Commonwealth Human Rights Initiative and founded the Human Rights Advocacy Center. Her advocacy contributed to legislative developments, including the Children's Act, amendments to the Criminal Code, and the Domestic Violence Act as well. Assuming her current role, she has spoken about institutional reforms, inclusive leadership, and broader resetting Ghana agenda. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to speak on the topic innovation at scale, leveraging technology to build a competitive, inclusive, prosperous Ghana, please let's welcome this wonderful lady, also my mother, not only Honorable's mother, Nana Oye Bampo Ado. Mommy, you're welcome. At this point, I bring my adoption certificate so you can sign it for me.
Are you 18 years and below? You can only qualify to be adopted in Ghana when you're 18 years and below. I will definitely make an exception for you. Thank you. Our Honorable Deputy Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation, our board chairperson and my sister, Estelle, and members of the board of NITA, Acting Director General and your deputy, congratulations to you. And our immediate past Director General of NITA, and my own regional chairman of NDC of the Eastern Region, Dr. Kevo. Technology innovators, the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you. I bring you greetings from the Chief of Staff, Dr. Julius Deborah, who could not be here in person. He called me late Friday and said, Nana Mepacho, you have to make this. I said, yes, I will. Even against equally pressing national assignments, he was very clear that this opening ceremony was one engagement we could not afford to miss as an office. So I'm standing here in his stead. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here this morning under a theme which is very urgent. Innovation at scale, creating opportunities across Ghana's digital ecosystem. So let me paint a picture for you so that when we leave this CD conference center, we all have a common shared sense of scale and urgency. The global digital economy is projected to hit $28 trillion this year. This is some 22% of the world's GDP, growing nearly 3 times faster than the global economy itself. For us in Ghana, our own ICT sector already contributes 21 billion to our GDP. Our internet penetration stands at 70%, well above Africa's average of 43%. And information, yes, let's clap for Ghana, yes. Information and communication is now leading growth within Ghana's service sector. This is not a future possibility. It is happening now, and Ghana is positioning itself to lead it. And we heard what our Deputy Minister for Communication had to say. So we have a 5-point approach to innovation at scale. And this is under the government of Ghana's Reset agenda. We are doing this through 5 very clear approaches. 1, we are expanding digital infrastructure, especially to underserved communities. We are digitalizing public services. We heard our Acting Director General speak to this. We are investing in digital skills and supporting entrepreneurship and innovation. We are also strengthening trust through cybersecurity and data protection. To drive all these 5, President John Dramani Mahama launched the Ghana's National Artificial Intelligence Strategy on 24th of April, as we heard. This is backed by a $250 million AI computing center. These 5 approaches are not just abstract policy statements. They are already becoming real, tangible programs touching the lives of ordinary Ghanaians in each and every region of Ghana. And Ghana's efforts, or government's efforts, speak for themselves. The Ministry of Communication became the first Ministry of Communication in Africa to facilitate direct TikTok training for local content creators, and has since secured a commitment to train over 3,000 creators across sub-Saharan Africa. We also have the 1 Million Coders program, and under our office, the Office of the Chief of Staff, we have a presidential delivery unit. And when we were doing a deep diagnostic assessment of the 1 Million Coders program, we all agreed that it goes beyond coding, and there's so many other programs. Well, they received 94,000 applications within 48 hours of its launch, and now runs 130 centers in all the 16 regions of Ghana. And just a few days ago, the government announced a 50,000 persons with disability training program alongside a pilot phase that has 52% female participants. Thank you. Also, the Ghana Revenue Authority has its new AI trade valuation platform. And this new AI trade valuation platform has helped collect 1 billion cedis revenue for the government of Ghana in the single month of April. And for July, the customs revenue is set to record a 6.1 billion or million, I'll check that, revenue. We also have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that has fully digitalized passport applications nationwide. And you hear of people saying, I received my passport in 4 days' time. For our Ghana Ports and Harbors Authority, they have also digitalized some of their operations and have actually improved vessel turnaround and revenue transparency. These interventions, ladies and gentlemen, are equipping our people with skills, promoting affirmative action for our women and persons with disabilities, and expanding economic opportunities for all. Just as importantly, they are saving Ghana money, closing loopholes through which our revenue quietly disappeared, and restoring public confidence that government systems can be efficient, can be transparent, and also can be fair. We are bridging step by step the digital divide. However, ladies and gentlemen, we must be mindful of technology's downsides. Globally, we have 280 million more men than women online. In Africa, we only have 36% of our people who have access to internet, against a global 74%. Women's connectivity at 31% still trails men's. Here again, ladies and gentlemen, government has been practical. We have our cybersecurity authority that has dismantled cross-border fraud networks, arrested over 140 suspects in one single swoop, and helped Ghana achieve a perfect score in 4 pillars of International Telecommunication Union's Global Cybersecurity Index. Our approach under government's reset agenda is simple: inclusion, equality, and safety. These are not optional extras. They are the foundation of the government of Ghana's genuine digital participation. We must celebrate potential and the creativity of Ghanaians amid some amount of caution. Today, we are here to open the ICT week, and we are reminded of the exceptional skill, creativity, and technological prowess of our people. We are reminded that Ghana does not lack, L-A-C-K, and does not lack, L-A-G, behind in such talent. Ours as a government is simply to continue providing the enabling environment in which talent can be discovered, talent can be nurtured, and talent can be taken to scale. I'll give the example of a university student at the Kwame Nkrumah University who recently built a low-scale or low-cost AI-powered cocoa disease detection tool to protect our farmers' livelihoods. I'll link him up with Spectrum so that this can be expanded. And thank you for your presentation. You were very innovative. You transformed to oral presentation when you realized you had many slides, and thanks for that. Our TikTokers are exporting Ghanaian culture. Our YouTubers are becoming digital educators. Our film industry is also turning these platforms into multi-billion-dollar livelihoods. Ghana is indeed making remarkable strides in digital skills development, and it is highlighted by the 1 Million Coders program. This is largely driven by a very enthusiastic young citizens of Ghana, some who are unemployed. These future pioneers of innovation are using tech as a pathway for economic empowerment. In fact, the initiative, as attracted nearly 150,000 registered participants. The massive response to the 1 million coders program highlights a generation that is very eager to equip themselves with modern skills for global digital economy. Yet, for this emerging talent to thrive, Ghana must foster and increase stakeholder engagement. We must create a practical corporate tax and digitalization regime. We must discourage heavy taxation because this makes it exceedingly difficult for new developers who are youth and startups to scale. We must keep in mind that the field is dominated by enthusiastic young citizens who are using tech as a pathway out of economic hardship. Let's look at the model from Turkey. Turkey subsidizes 50% of software licenses, cloud hosting, and app store commissions. Ghana can equally foster a very supportive financial ecosystem for tech. Let us empower these young entrepreneurs. This approach will give young tech professionals the necessary financial pathway to build a mature government. However, ladies and gentlemen, technology is also a weapon when wielded carelessly. AI tool in our hands, a microphone before us, can build or destroy a nation, the very economic foundation, and every equal opportunity we are working towards. So content creation must never become a tool to threaten our peace or target any citizen. We all saw what happened to us last week. As we officially open this week of celebration, let's also shape our conversations. This ICT week should not end with applause alone. It should be a space where we talk to each other honestly, forge new partnerships, and chart additional avenues to continue to 1, invest continuously in digital infrastructure for the underserved. 2, increase skill training with deliberate inclusion of the youth, of women, and persons with disabilities. 3, strengthen cybersecurity and digital literacy together. 4, support local innovators to commercialize their solutions, regulate content responsibly without stifling creativity and fundamental human rights. And lastly, let's build lasting partnerships between government, academia, and industry that will outlive the ICT week. In conclusion, I commend NITA and all our partners, especially our sponsors, for convening this platform once again. Let this celebration mark another decisive step in Ghana's journey towards a truly inclusive digital transformation and shared economic prosperity for all its people, especially the youth of Ghana. May the conversations begin and continue throughout the week, even after the last session of this ICT week, and let it continue in our ministries, in our classrooms, in our businesses, in our homes, and particularly in our virtual spaces, until every single Ghanaian, wherever we live, can feel and share the promise of this digital age. Thank you, and long live the Republic of Ghana.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. Mommy, please wait behind. Let's go back up the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Put your hands together. Thank you. Mommy, you want to come this way while we have some photo opportunity for all speakers, and after that, the delegation that are here.
I hope you're not going to ask me any AI-related questions.
Not at all, Mommy. This is just for a photo. If they'll use AI, that's up to them. Yes. Please, Madam Board Chair, you want to join us quickly as well. Also, Acting DG, Deputy DG, also the Minister, Deputy Minister. Also, please, you want to... The immediate past DJ, so Dr. Kevel, please join us. Yes, yes. Board members as well, please, you want to join us, all board members as well. This will be in two parts. After that, I would also give the opportunity for other delegates, such as sponsors, also to join the next photo. Yes, right after this. So, Mr. Lyle, it's nice to see you this morning. Please be seated with me. Right after this, I would invite you to join. Thank you. Photographers, you want to direct and guide us. If you want them to center a bit, I think you can move 2 or 3 steps to the left each. Yes. And let me see your brightest smiles. Wonderful. Thank you. You remain standing, and now I'd invite our sponsors also to join us, and other industry leaders who are here. Please join them for this photo briefly. Thank you. As we did earlier, ladies and gentlemen, please smile. Nice smiles. Wonderful. Right after this, we'll have the Acting DG take you on a tour of the exhibition. And after that, we'll take some messages from the sponsors as well. Kwampa will be here to continue in great, authentic Ghanaian melodious tunes for us. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please, we are done with the photos. At this point, I ask for the Acting DG, please follow him this way to the left. Gentlemen, please, you want to follow this way. Thank you. Kwampa, please, over to you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask that the auditorium, shall we rise in honor of our special guests as they go on the tour. I'll give 15 minutes after the tour for a coffee break, and then we shall return for the rest of the deliberations during the National ICT Week celebrations 2026.
At Broad Spectrum, that connection is at the heart of everything we do. Our vision is to empower excellence through innovative communication and digital solutions. Established in 2012, Broad Spectrum Limited is a Ghanaian information and communication technology company, providing advanced communication, connectivity, infrastructure, and digital solutions. Over the years, the company has evolved beyond delivering individual technology solutions to building a broader ecosystem of capabilities, one designed to support the changing needs of businesses, institutions, and communities. From connectivity and software to infrastructure, data centers, digital payments, and specialized industry solutions, Broad Spectrum brings together technology, expertise, and experience to solve complex challenges. And behind this broader capability is a group of businesses, each with a distinct role to play. Together, they form the Broad Spectrum Group. Because digital transformation does not begin with just one solution. It begins with the ability to connect, to move information, to build infrastructure, to enable transactions, to digitize industries, and to create secure environments where technology can thrive. This is where the strength of the Broad Spectrum Group comes together. Spectrum Fiber Limited provides the high-capacity fiber infrastructure that keeps businesses, institutions, and communities connected. With an extensive fiber backbone of 8,000 kilometers plus across Ghana, Spectrum Fiber delivers dedicated internet, WAN, metro, and last-mile connectivity solutions designed for organizations that depend on reliable, high-performance networks. Its infrastructure enables businesses to communicate, access critical systems, and operate seamlessly wherever they are. Spectrum Fiber is connecting Ghana and enabling growth. But connectivity is only part of the digital economy. Once people and businesses are connected, they need the ability to transact. Our subsidiary, Broad Spectrum Digital Payments, takes that connection further by enabling secure and convenient digital transactions. Through payment APIs, USSD, POS solutions, payment URLs, and web and mobile platforms, the business provides organizations with the tools to collect payments, manage transactions, and deliver digital financial services. From businesses and merchants to institutions and customers, Broad Spectrum Digital Payments is helping make transactions faster, simpler, and more accessible. It is
Good business means seeing the possibilities and maximizing opportunities. Making sure you have a responsive support system backs your business goals. A partner that gives you a stable platform with reliable connectivity and seamless solutions, and better understands the tools required to take you to the next level. With so many moving parts in running a business, we do our best to provide you with some stability. The only kind of stability you can find with MTN Business Broadband, the fastest and most reliable internet provider in Ghana, making sure you stay ahead and stay connected, because we understand what makes your business tick.
Sign up today on broadband.mtn.com.gh or call or WhatsApp 0244 308 111.
MTN.
Across Ghana, business and government are going digital faster than ever. Transformation at scale takes the right technology, the right partner, and the right intelligence. This is innovation at scale. This is GDS Africa. Headquartered in Accra, GDS Africa is a full-stack technology partner, trusted across Ghana and West Africa. Nearly 100 certified engineers, designing, orchestrating, and delivering the solutions that move your business forward. We don't just supply technology, we make it work, end to end. And today, artificial intelligence is at the core of everything we do. AI that turns your data into decisions, automates the routine, and strengthens your security. GDS puts AI to work, practically, responsibly built for African business. It all runs on a foundation we know inside out. Cloud, scalable and secure. Data center, the engine room. Networking, every site connected. Security, around the clock. And collaboration, your people, together. 5 pillars. 1 integrated foundation. Technology alone isn't the answer, delivery is. We advise, we design, we integrate, and we manage it all so you don't have to. With AI woven through everything we do, this is how GDS makes it happen. We bring the world's best technology home to Ghana. As trusted partners of HPE, Microsoft, Acronis, Veeam, Sophos, and ASUS Global Innovation, backed by local expertise. From financial services to government, telecoms to energy, manufacturing, healthcare, education, and commercial enterprise. We power the sectors driving Ghana's economy forward. And we do it to a standard you can trust. ISO certified for quality, security, safety, and the environment. Accredited under Ghana's Cybersecurity Act and registered with the Data Protection Commission. Your business in safe hands. GDS Africa. Innovation at scale engineered in Ghana. Visit us at our stand or at gdsafrica.com. Let's build what's next together.
For almost 40 years, we've broken new ground with every step forward. Today, AI is shaping a new era. evolving from an auxiliary tool to a core component of production systems. We are embracing the intelligent world, working with global customers and partners to empower industries, advancing industrial all-intelligence, and creating a brighter future together. Huawei's enterprise business has experienced steady growth. Huawei's ongoing R&D investments and cutting-edge technologies have bolstered its industry presence in vertical domains, underpinned lighthouse projects, showcased and lighted the way forward for industrial intelligence, and advanced the integration of intelligent technologies with industry scenarios. Focusing on welfare, security, and services, Huawei is helping public sectors unleash new productivity. We use city intelligent twins and open technical architecture to raise the digital and intelligent levels of public services. We are steering education toward a smarter, more efficient, and fairer future. We are enhancing diagnosis and treatment, making quality healthcare accessible to all. We've integrated AI into core financial services by creating smart, simple, and robust digital infrastructure. We have built a digital and intelligent foundation for the transportation and logistics industry to enable secure and efficient supply chain operations. We have created a capability matrix that combines technology, standards, ecosystems, and best practices to enable the digital and intelligent transformation of new power systems. We've been focusing on key scenarios in oil and gas, mining, steel, non-ferrous metals, chemicals, and building materials to achieve low carbon and intrinsically safe transformation. We've been amplifying intelligence for manufacturing by implementing industrial AI and creating real value. We offer leading products, solutions, and services to ISP customers, building intelligent and robust ICT infrastructure. We work with partners to help numerous SMEs seize opportunities in the intelligent era. Huawei eKit defines products based on scenarios, helping SMEs bridge the last mile to the intelligent world. Pre-integrated advanced ICT helps build 10GE, digital, intelligent, and green AI campuses. Intelligent computing data centers empower intelligent transformation across industries. Huawei is dedicated to open source and transparency with Kunpeng and Ascend, working with customers, partners, and developers to build a solid computing power foundation. The Xinghe network solution offers safe, intelligent connections for shared growth in the agentic AI era. Advanced data storage creates efficient, green, and reliable data infrastructure. Huawei's ongoing advancements in optical networks make AI more accessible and boost customer efficiency. For partners, we spare no efforts in building a healthy and mutually beneficial collaboration system. Increased R&D investment strengthens our scenario-specific service capabilities. Huawei continuously builds leading and sustainable products and solutions in digital and intelligent infrastructure. We work with partners to support a vast range of AI models and applications, empower intelligent transformation across industries, and advance industrial all-intelligence.
Imagine a world without worry. A place where everyone is who they say they are, where the people and assets most important to you are protected. A safe space, accessible only by the ones you authorize. A place of trust, transparency, and accountability. For over 3 decades, Margins ID Group and its subsidiaries have been building this world. Our state-of-the-art access control systems ensure that all your important spaces are protected biometrically, by face, fingerprints, and even iris. Our asset tagging systems and CCTV installations ensure that the assets most important to you are exactly where you want them to be. We have conceptualized, designed, and built award-winning national identity infrastructures. The Ghana Card, in use by tens of millions of Ghanaians across the globe as their most trusted identity document. The Non-Citizen Ghana Card, in use by hundreds of thousands of non-citizens living in Ghana. Supported by our ultra-modern in-house designed and built verification system. currently in use by all financial institutions and multiple government and private agencies across the country. We are the identity experts for all things that represent you: your brand, call cards, product labels, smart labels, bank and loyalty cards. We represent you, and we are certified to do so by the International ISO 9000 2015, ISO 20000 2018, ISO 27001 2013, and ISO 22301 2019. We are certified by Europay,
is a technical partner of the National Information Technology Agency. We are redefining the state of digital play in Ghana by bringing seamless connectivity to Ghana's public institutions and agencies, helping MNOs and ISPs deliver advanced data and voice services by leveraging the Government of Ghana's world-class digital infrastructure backbone. Tier 3 data center with secondary backup, disaster recovery, and low latency. Over 1,000 kilometers of fiber optic cabling along the eastern corridor of Ghana. The largest government-built WAN infrastructure supported by Metro Fiber and nationwide 4G LTE TDD 2.6 GHz FWA, providing high-speed broadband connectivity. Managed IT infrastructure services, cloud and cybersecurity solutions. We're building a booming African economy and closing in on the vision of holistic digital empowerment. Join us as we unlock the full potential of digital technologies and transform Africa into the world's largest digital economy.
Every transformation begins with a connection between people and technology, between businesses and opportunity, between ideas and the infrastructure that brings them to life. Broad spectrum, that connection is at the heart of everything we do. Our vision is to empower excellence through innovative communication and digital solutions. Established in 2012, Broad Spectrum Limited is a Ghanaian information and communication technology company, providing advanced communication, connectivity, infrastructure, and digital solutions. Over the years, the company has evolved beyond delivering individual technology solutions to building a broader ecosystem of capabilities, one designed to support the changing needs of businesses, institutions, and communities. From connectivity and software to infrastructure, data centers, digital payments, and specialized industry solutions, Broad Spectrum brings together technology, expertise, and experience to solve complex challenges. And behind this broader capability is a group of businesses, each with a distinct role to play. Together, they form the Broad Spectrum Group. Because digital transformation does not begin with just one solution. It begins with the ability to connect, to move information, to build infrastructure, to enable transactions, to digitize industries, and to create secure environments where technology can thrive. This is where the strength of the Broad Spectrum Group comes together. Spectrum Fiber Limited provides the high-capacity fiber infrastructure that keeps businesses, institutions, and communities connected. With an extensive fiber backbone of 8,000 kilometers plus across Ghana, Spectrum Fiber delivers dedicated internet, WAN, metro, and last-mile connectivity solutions designed for organizations that depend on reliable, high-performance networks. Its infrastructure enables businesses to communicate, access critical systems, and operate seamlessly wherever they are. Spectrum Fiber is connecting Ghana and enabling growth. But connectivity is only part of the digital economy. Once people and businesses are connected, they need the ability to transact. Our subsidiary, Broad Spectrum Digital Payments, takes that connection further by enabling secure and convenient digital transactions through payment APIs, USSD, POS solutions, payment URLs, and web and mobile platforms. The business provides organizations with the tools to collect payments, manage transactions, and deliver digital financial services. From businesses and merchants to institutions and customers, Broad Spectrum Digital Payments is helping make transactions faster, simpler, and more accessible. It is technology that turns connectivity more efficient, transparent, AgroSpectrum is digitizing agriculture and creating new pathways across the value chain. But digital solutions are only as strong as the infrastructure supporting them. And behind every successful deployment is the expertise to build, install, maintain, and keep that infrastructure running. ISD delivers infrastructure deployment, maintenance, and support services across telecommunications, power, and mining. From fiber and microwave radio deployments to LAN infrastructure, data center builds, and ongoing maintenance, ISD provides the technical capability required to turn plans into functioning infrastructure. Its work forms an essential link between technology and the physical environment in which it operates. Building, deploying, maintaining, supporting. And as more of the world becomes digital, the infrastructure doesn't stop at the network. The data itself needs a home, one that is secure, resilient, and built for the demands of a connected world. Onyx Data Center provides that digital foundation. As a secure, high-performance, career-neutral data center, Onyx provides co-location and data center solutions designed to support businesses in critical digital operations. With Tier 4 certified infrastructure in Accra, Onyx provides the resilience, security, and connectivity organizations need to keep their digital environments running. Here, data is not simply stored. It is protected, connected, and kept ready for the world that depends on it. Connectivity, digital transactions, agriculture, infrastructure, data centers. On their own, each capability creates value. Together, they create something greater. A technology ecosystem where the strength of one business can complement the expertise of another, creating solutions that are broader, smarter, and better equipped to meet the needs of a changing Africa. Across the group, Broad Spectrum has delivered solutions for organizations in financial services, government, telecommunications, agriculture, energy, mining, and other critical sectors. From major connectivity infrastructure deployments to digital platforms and data center solutions, the group continues to apply technology where it can make the greatest difference. And while the businesses may operate across different industries, they share one ambition: to create solutions that connect, transform, and enable growth. Africa's digital future will require more than technology. It will require connectivity that reaches further, infrastructure that is stronger, digital solutions that are more accessible, and businesses that can turn innovation into real impact. Broad Spectrum is building for that future. With diverse capabilities, specialized businesses, and a shared commitment to innovation, the group is positioned to help organizations connect, transform, and grow. Different capabilities, different industries, different possibilities, one group. Broad Spectrum, empowering excellence through innovative communication and digital solutions.
For almost 40 years, we've broken new ground with every step forward. Today, AI is shaping a new era, evolving from an auxiliary tool to a core component of production systems. We are embracing the intelligent world, working with global customers and partners to empower industries, advancing industrial all-intelligence, and creating a brighter future together. Huawei's enterprise business has experienced steady growth. Huawei's ongoing R&D investments and cutting-edge technologies have bolstered its industry presence in vertical domains, underpinned lighthouse projects, showcased and lighted the way forward for industrial intelligence, and advanced the integration of intelligent technologies with industry scenarios. Focusing on welfare, security, and services, Huawei is helping public sectors unleash new productivity. We use city intelligent twins and open technical architecture to raise the digital and intelligent levels of public services. We are steering education toward a smarter, more efficient, and fairer future. We are enhancing diagnosis and treatment, making quality healthcare accessible to all. We've integrated AI into core financial services by creating smart, simple, and robust digital infrastructure. We have built a digital and intelligent foundation for the transportation and logistics industry to enable secure and efficient supply chain operations. We have created a capability matrix that combines technology, standards, ecosystems, and best practices to enable the digital and intelligent transformation of new power systems. We've been focusing on key scenarios in oil and gas, mining, steel, non-ferrous metals, chemicals, and building materials to achieve low carbon and intrinsically safe transformation. We've been amplifying intelligence for manufacturing by implementing industrial AI and creating real value. We offer leading products, solutions, and services to ISP customers, building intelligent and robust ICT infrastructure. We work with partners to help numerous SMEs seize opportunities in the intelligent era. Huawei eKit defines products based on scenarios, helping SMEs bridge the last mile to the intelligent world. Pre-integrated advanced ICT helps build 10GE, digital, intelligent, and green AI campuses. Intelligent computing data centers empower intelligent transformation across industries. Huawei is dedicated to open source and transparency with Kunpeng and Ascend, working with customers, partners, and developers to build a solid computing power foundation. The Xinghe Network solution offers safe, intelligent connections for shared growth in the agentic AI era. Advanced data storage creates efficient, green, and reliable data infrastructure. Huawei's ongoing advancements in optical networks make AI more accessible and boost customer efficiency. For partners, we spare no efforts in building a healthy and mutually beneficial collaboration system.
Increased R&D investment strengthens our scenario-specific service capabilities. Huawei continuously builds leading and sustainable products and solutions in digital and intelligent infrastructure. We work with partners to support a vast range of AI models and applications, empower intelligent transformation across industries, and advance industrial all-intelligence.
Imagine a world without worry. A place where everyone is who they say they are, where the people and assets most important to you are protected. A safe space, accessible only by the ones you authorize. A place of trust, transparency, and accountability. For over 3 decades, Margins ID Group and its subsidiaries have been building this world. Our state-of-the-art access control systems ensure that all your important spaces are protected biometrically, by face, fingerprints, and even iris. Our asset tagging systems and CCTV installations ensure that the assets most important to you are exactly where you want them to be. We have conceptualized, designed, and built award-winning national identity infrastructures. The Ghana Card, in use by tens of millions of Ghanaians across the globe as their most trusted identity document. The Non-Citizen Ghana Card, in use by hundreds of thousands of non-citizens living in Ghana. Supported by our ultra-modern in-house designed and built verification system, currently in use by all financial institutions and multiple government and private agencies across the country. We are the identity experts for all things that represent you: your brand, call cards, product labels, smart labels, bank and loyalty cards. We represent you, and we are certified to do so by the International Organization for Standardization, ISO 9000-2015, ISO 20000-2018, ISO 27001-2013, and ISO 22301-2019. We are certified by Europay, MasterCard, and Visa, and proudly certified by Intergraph at the government level. Margins ID Group, made in Ghana by Ghanaians for the world. Visit us now at www.marginsgroup.com and use the contact tab to book your free consultation today. That's www.marginsgroup.com.
Good business means seeing the possibilities and maximizing opportunities. Making sure you have a responsive support system backs your business goals. A partner that gives you a stable platform with reliable connectivity and seamless solutions, and better understands the tools required to take you to the next level. With so many moving parts in running a business, we do our best to provide you with some stability. The only kind of stability you can find with MTN Business Broadband, the fastest and most reliable internet provider in Ghana, making sure you stay ahead and stay connected, because we understand what makes your business tick.
Sign up today on broadband.mtn.com.gh or call or WhatsApp 0244 308 111.
MTN.
Across Ghana, business and government are going digital faster than ever. Transformation at scale takes the right technology, the right partner, and the right intelligence. This is innovation at scale. This is GDS Africa. Headquartered in Accra, GDS Africa is a full-stack technology partner, trusted across Ghana and West Africa. Nearly 100 certified engineers, designing, orchestrating, and delivering the solutions that move your business forward. We don't just supply technology, we make it work, end to end. And today, Artificial intelligence is at the core of everything we do. AI that turns your data into decisions, automates the routine, and strengthens your security. GDS puts AI to work, practically, responsibly built for African business. It all runs on a foundation we know inside out. Cloud, scalable and secure. Data center, the engine room. Networking, every site connected. Security, around the clock. And collaboration, your people, together. 5 pillars. 1 integrated foundation. Technology alone isn't the answer, delivery is. We advise. We design. We integrate. And we manage it all.
Is a technical partner of the National Information Technology Agency. We are redefining the state of digital play in Ghana by bringing seamless connectivity to Ghana's public institutions and agencies, helping MNOs and ISPs deliver advanced data and voice services by leveraging the Government of Ghana's world-class digital infrastructure backbone. Tier 3 data center with secondary backup, disaster recovery, and low latency. Over 1,000 kilometers of fiber optic cabling along the eastern corridor of Ghana. The largest government-built WAN infrastructure supported by Metro Fiber and nationwide 4G LTE TDD 2.6 GHz FWA, providing high-speed broadband connectivity. Managed IT infrastructure services, cloud and cybersecurity solutions. We're building a booming African economy and closing in on the vision of holistic digital empowerment. Join us as we unlock the full potential of digital technologies and transform Africa into the world's largest digital economy.
Every transformation begins with a connection between people and technology, between businesses and opportunity, between ideas and the infrastructure that brings them to life. At Broad Spectrum, that connection is at the heart of everything we do. Our vision is to empower excellence through innovative communication and digital solutions. Established in 2012, Broad Spectrum Limited is a Ghanaian information and communication technology company, providing advanced communication, connectivity, infrastructure, and digital solutions. Over the years, the company has evolved beyond delivering individual technology solutions to building a broader ecosystem of capabilities, one designed to support the changing needs of businesses, institutions, and communities. From connectivity and software to infrastructure, data centers, digital payments, and specialized industry solutions, Broad Spectrum brings together technology, expertise, and experience to solve complex challenges. And behind this broader capability is a group of businesses, each with a distinct role to play. Together, they form the Broad Spectrum Group. Because digital transformation does not begin with just one solution. It begins with the ability to connect, to move information, to build infrastructure, to enable transactions, to digitize industries, and to create secure environments where technology can thrive. This is where the strength of the Broad Spectrum Group comes together. Spectrum Fiber Limited provides the high-capacity fiber infrastructure that keeps businesses, institutions, and communities connected. With an extensive fiber backbone of 8,000 kilometers plus across Ghana, Spectrum Fiber delivers dedicated internet, WAN, metro, and last-mile connectivity solutions designed for organizations that depend on reliable, high-performance networks. Its infrastructure enables businesses to communicate, access critical systems, and operate seamlessly wherever they are. Spectrum Fiber is connecting Ghana and enabling growth. But connectivity is only part of the digital economy. Once people and businesses are connected, they need the ability to transact. Our subsidiary, Broad Spectrum Digital Payments, takes that connection further by enabling secure and convenient digital transactions. Through payment APIs, USSD, POS solutions, payment URLs, and web and mobile platforms, the business provides organizations with the tools to collect payments, manage transactions, and deliver digital financial services. From businesses and merchants to institutions and customers, Broad Spectrum Digital Payments is helping make transactions faster, simpler, and more accessible. It is technology that turns connectivity into opportunity. And the opportunity created by technology extends far beyond the traditional digital economy. It reaches the people and the industries that power Africa. AgroSpectrum brings digital innovation into agriculture, creating solutions that connect farmers, businesses, and other actors across the agricultural value chain. Through e-agriculture platforms, marketplaces, data-driven solutions, and subsidy management systems, AgroSpectrum is helping make agricultural programs more efficient, transparent, and accessible. Its work demonstrates how technology can move beyond screens and systems to create tangible impact in communities and across the agricultural economy. AgroSpectrum is digitizing agriculture and creating new pathways across the value chain. But digital solutions are only as strong as the infrastructure supporting them. And behind every successful deployment is the expertise to build, install, maintain, and keep that infrastructure running. ISD delivers infrastructure deployment, maintenance, and support services across telecommunications, power, and mining. From fiber and microwave radio deployments to LAN infrastructure, data center builds, and ongoing maintenance, ISD provides the technical capability required to turn plans into functioning infrastructure. Its work forms an essential link between technology and the physical environment in which it operates. Building, deploying, maintaining, supporting. And as more of the world becomes digital, the infrastructure doesn't stop at the network. The data itself needs a home, one that is secure, resilient, and built for the demands of a connected world. Onyx Data Center provides that digital foundation. As a secure, high-performance, career-neutral data center, Onyx provides co-location and data center solutions designed to support businesses in critical digital operations. With Tier 4 certified infrastructure in Accra, Onyx provides the resilience, security, and connectivity organizations need to keep their digital environments running. Here, data is not simply stored, it is protected, connected, and kept ready for the world that depends on it. Connectivity, digital transactions, agriculture, infrastructure, data centers. On their own, each capability creates value. Together, they create something greater. A technology ecosystem where the strength of one business can complement the expertise of another, creating solutions that are broader, smarter, and better equipped to meet the needs of a changing Africa. Across the group, Broad Spectrum has delivered solutions for organizations in financial services, government, telecommunications, agriculture, energy, mining, and other critical sectors. From major connectivity infrastructure deployments to digital platforms and data center solutions, the group continues to apply technology where it can make the greatest difference. And while the businesses may operate across different industries, they share one ambition: to create solutions that connect, transform, and enable growth. Africa's digital future will require more than technology. It will require connectivity that reaches further, infrastructure that is stronger, digital solutions that are more accessible, and businesses that can turn innovation into real impact. Broad Spectrum is building for that future. With diverse capabilities, specialized businesses, and a shared commitment to innovation, the group is positioned to help organizations connect, transform, and grow. Different capabilities, different industries, different possibilities, one group. Broad Spectrum, empowering excellence through innovative communication and digital solutions.
Good business means seeing the possibilities and maximizing opportunities. Making sure you have a responsive support system backs your business goals. A partner that gives you a stable platform with reliable connectivity and seamless solutions, and better understands the tools required to take you to the next level. With so many moving parts in running a business, we do our best to provide you with some stability. The only kind of stability you can find with MTN Business Broadband, the fastest and most reliable internet provider in Ghana, making sure you stay ahead and stay connected, because we understand what makes your business tick.
Sign up today on broadband.mtn.com.gh or call or WhatsApp 0244 308 111.
MTN.
Imagine a world without worry. A place where everyone is who they say they are, where the people and assets most important to you are protected. A safe space, accessible only by the ones you authorize. A place of trust, transparency, and accountability. For over 3 decades, Margins ID Group and its subsidiaries have been building this world. Our state-of-the-art access control systems ensure that all your important spaces are protected biometrically, by face, fingerprints, and even iris. Our asset tagging systems and CCTV installations ensure that the assets most important to you are exactly where you want them to be. We have conceptualized, designed, and built award-winning national identity infrastructures. The Ghana Card, in use by tens of millions of Ghanaians across the globe as their most trusted identity document. The Non-Citizen Ghana Card, in use by hundreds of thousands of non-citizens living in Ghana. Supported by our ultra-modern in-house designed and built verification system, currently in use by all financial institutions and multiple government and private agencies across the country. We are the identity experts for all things that represent you: your brand, call cards, product labels, smart labels, bank and loyalty cards. We represent you, and we are certified to do so by the International Organization for Standardization, ISO 9000-2015, ISO 20000-2018, ISO 27001-2013, and ISO 22301-2019. We are certified by Europay, MasterCard, and Visa, and proudly certified by Intergraph at the government level. Margins ID Group, made in Ghana by Ghanaians for the world. Visit us now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please, the conference continues, and it's still the National ICT Week 2026. At this point, while we usher you in, we still have a very traditional, cultural, melodious tune maker, Kwampa, still with us, and we are privileged to have them. They would entreat us in the next 5 minutes before we have the next plenary begin. Kwampa, over to you.
Thank you. Echesempe, Ibon Mocho Fefel, Isumami Wabe, Mikashi Miwa, Eba Jemi, Bipila Ke, Bibi Sani, Ikemi Anke, Eye Ho Yai, Wo Yo Yai, Bimo Gemi Waya Merida Yetema, Ebe, Kebo Yai, Kebo Yai, Kebo Yai. Ebe Kebo ya, Kebo ya, Kebo ya. Oklayoko, Echesembe, Iwa Mocho Fefel, Esumomi Wabe, Mikashi Miwa, Eba Jemi, Bipilaka, Binisani. Ebe Kebo ya, Kebo ya, Kebo ya. Wo yo ya, ni mo gemi ya. Waya merida yetema. Ebe Kebo ya, Kebo ya. Let's do this. Kebo ya. Adon soma kwadu, obulo soma me. Adon soma kwadu, obulo soma. Bebe, adon soma kwadu, obulo soma. Ah, adon soma kwadu, obulo soma. Ah, iba. Soma kwadu, obulo soma. Eyen koni bien, soma kwadu, obulo soma. Kengwe, adon soma. Obulo sumo, kebe adon suma gbadu. Obulo sumo, adon suma gbadu. Obulo sumo, kebe adon suma gbadu. Obulo sumo me, iba suma gbadu. Obulo sumo me, singereba suma gbadu. Obulo sumo, akabiete mebe maba. Onyone, akamiete mebe mama, chile. Agamete mebe mama, chile. Agamete mebe mama, chile. Agamete mebe mama, chile. Inke kusedwa de aue, kusedwa de aue, shiabo momo, kusedwa de aue, aue kwa, kusedwa de aue, shiabo momo, kusedwa de aue, kusedwa de aue, shiabo momo, kusedwa de aue, aue kwa, kusedwa de aue, shiabo momo, eba momo, shiabo momo, eba momo, shiabo momo, eba momo, shiabo momo. Iriba, inke kusedwa de aue, kusedwa de aue, shiabo momo, kusedwa de aue, aue kwa, kusedwa de aue, shiabo momo, eba momo, shiabo momo, eba momo, shiabo momo, eba momo, shiabo momo. Aba, iko let me cock. Ona video game me about Onapa. You go let me go. Ona video game me about Onapa. Kuma se jeke benye maya. Samale benye maya. Oya she baby ba. Abe she baby ba. Abe she baby ba. Abe Siriba. Inko le mi ko. Ona video game me about Onapa. Inko le mi ko. Ona video game me about Onapa. Kuma se jeke benye maya. Samale jeke benye maya. Oya she baby ba. Abe she baby ba. Abe she baby ba. Abe Aba. Nga okeke bimbo. Keke bimbo. Keke bimbo. Ah, okeke bimbo. Keke bimbo. Keke bimbo. Ah, okeke bimbo. Keke bimbo. Georgie, no care me about me. No care me about me. Biote, Bombay. Georgie, no care me about me. No care me about me. Biote, young body, Georgie, no care me about me. No care me about me. Biote. Georgie, Bunny, your bio tie. Georgie Bunny, your bio back up. Georgie Bunny, your bio tie. Georgie Bunny, your bio back up. Eh, na so jamia mama says so jako so jaka. Eh, na so jamia mama says so jako so jaka. Eh, na so jamia mama says so jako so jaka. Eh, na so jamia mama says so jako so. Oh, Georgie, no care me about me. No care me about me. Biote, Bombay. Georgie, no care me about me. No care me about me. Biote, Georgie, no care me about me. No care me about me. Biote, Georgie,
Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Pampa. Wonderful. If you've ever had a broken heart before, you know soldier go, soldier come becomes a theme afterwards. Please, one more time, thank you very much, Pampa. I believe this might be the last we will see of them today, and we are very grateful for the wonderful melodious tunes that we've had. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, Pampa at the National ICT Week. Thank you. The conference continues, ladies and gentlemen. If there are any persons who are not here, you want to call them by phones, please, you want to do so. I understand that some persons are also being held up at the coffee break. But the conversations and deliberations here on the theme innovation at scale, creating opportunities across Ghana's digital economy continues. While at it, ladies and gentlemen, there's an expert presentation that we're going to take right into the afternoon before lunch break. Now, to do this, we'll have one person who needs no introduction at NITA, but for the sake of the audience, we are looking at a technology and telecommunications management professional with over 16 years of post-qualification experience, largely within Ghana's public sector. I assure you he is a heavyweight. He is currently serving as the Director of Technical Services of the National Information Technology Agency, NITA, Ghana's national ICT regulator, and a key government institution responsible for advancing the country's digitization agenda. Now, some of his contributions within the years of cooperation would fascinate you when I get there. He actually has under his belt the drawing of digital infrastructure and emerging technologies here in Ghana. When we talk about the conversation of technology and digitization at scale, he indeed is somebody who comes with a bank of knowledge. This afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, he will be speaking on From Digital Growth to Global Competitiveness, Building Ghana's Next Digital Economy. Ladies and gentlemen, to do this with us, let's put our hands together while we welcome Mr. Solomon Kofi Richardson. Solomon, you're welcome.
Hi, good morning to you all. Yes, the topic I'm going to talk on is the state of Ghana's digital economy from digital growth to global competitiveness. We're just going to do more like an exercise of trying to dissect and analyze the ICT sector of Ghana. We want to know how the ICT sector of Ghana currently is. We will do some comparison with other global countries, and then we will ask ourselves as a country, what do we need to do to move Ghana from the state of technology as it is right now to the next level. So that is more of an analysis that we're going to be doing. So I need you to follow me as we do this. First of all, let's look at Ghana's economy. So far as Ghana's economy is concerned, right now, we are more, you can consider Ghana's economy as a service economy. Because as we talk right now, our the service sector is almost 50% of the GDP. So if you look at it, you have services coming at 45.9, industry at 31.3, agriculture now 22.8. With the GDP looking at the 2025 values at 6.0 growth, and then the nominal GDP, that's the figure over the 1.43 trillion. Nearly half of Ghana's economy is now services, and digital technology is becoming increasingly important to how the economy operates. Now, let's look at this again. ICT has become a material economic activity. Where ICT now sits in Ghana's economy, if you are looking at the 2025 values, if you're looking at the 2025 values, let's look at something over here. ICT right now is at number, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So number 5 contributor of our GDP as it is right now at 16.64 billion Ghana cedis. That is what ICT now contributes to the economy. So ICT is part of the service sector. The service sector is almost 50% of our GDP. And then we have ICT contributing about 16.64 billion of that whole economy. So you see that information and communication technology is already larger in real value, added terms than construction, transportation. I was surprised when I saw that of finance and insurance. I thought finance was much bigger, but then ICT sector is doing bigger than what our finance and insurance sector is doing. ICT is now one of the top 5 economic activities in Ghana. So that is the sector within which you and I operate in, for which we are sitting here today. Now, let's look at the growth of our, the contribution of the different sectors of the economy to our GDP. If you look at it, Ghana, as I've earlier mentioned, overall GDP growth in 2025 was 6%, was a little above the national growth, which was 6.8. Industry did 2.3. Services in general did 8.1. When you take ICT on it, 20.2% growth. So we can now see that ICT is really growing so far as Ghana's economy is concerned. Now, ICT is growing more than 3 times faster than the overall economy. That is the situation that we have currently. Now, look at the trajectory of ICT from 2025. From 2025, from a mere 2.8 billion, we've grown steadily all the way to 2025, where we've now clocked 16.64 billion. So this is the reality of the ICT sector as we talk about right now. So as I said, from 2.83 billion from 2015, in a period of 10 years, we've now grown all the way to 16.64. If you look at it in terms of compound, then that is something like 19.1%. ICT has grown faster than all the sectors that I've mentioned over the agricultural industry. Even if you take services, ICT on its own has grown more than that. And then, of course, that of the overall GDP. We say that acceleration began around 2018. So if you look at it, 2018, that is when we've moved from 3.5, and then there was a big jump to 5.16 over there, and has continued through COVID. As COVID slowed down a lot of the sectors of the economy, ICT was one of the sectors that benefited immensely from the COVID. And so it grew through COVID as well. And then we say that this is not structural, it is structural, but not cyclical. ICT is no longer small, it's no longer emerging, it is becoming a major engine of growth for Ghana. And that is the reality that we need to come to terms with. That is the reality that you and I, as stakeholders of the industry, need to appreciate, that ICT right now is a major engine of growth for Ghana's economy. So I hope you are trying to follow the story that we are trying to tell and the analysis that we are making. So now we've looked at ICT on its own and its contribution to the GDP. We now want to move on to look at how does ICT affect the other sectors of the economy. Through the analysis, I realized that when we scope the contribution of ICT to the economy, there are other things that we can look at, like the support of ICT in the finance sector and all the other sectors. But when you go to the finance sector, that growth is not counted as ICT. It's just counted as finance sector growth. It's counted as maybe transport. But there is ICT-enabled benefit that all these sectors are getting. So if we should say that we can do a study to understand how ICT is impacting on all these things, all these different sectors, and want to now add it to what ICT traditionally is generating, then probably the story can be different. So if you look at what we have over here, the ICT enable all sectors of the economy. Digital value created in agriculture is counted as agricultural, as I said. Digital value created in banking is counted as finance. That created in retail is counted as trade. The economic influence of ICT is substantially greater than its direct GDP share. And that is the picture that I was trying to create. It's largely greater than the traditional contribution that it makes to the GDP. ICT does not only grow itself, it makes every other sector more productive, and that value is recorded elsewhere. So I just want to, the picture is that as ICT is growing, it is also enabling other sectors of the economy as well to grow. So, more like some, what do I say? More like some fact to the statement I made that ICT is enabling other sectors. Let's look at mobile money, for instance. It's one of the areas in the finance sector that is growing tremendously. 4.5 trillion Ghana cedis right now, that is the mobile money transaction value in 2025. This is all counted in the finance sector, but you and I know that it's technology that has made this, ICT that has made this possible. Revenue, government revenue. GRA would tell you, do you have some of the GRA staff around? Okay, I'm not seeing them yet. But GRA would tell you that in 2024, tax revenue reportedly came through 70% of tax revenue came through digitalized platforms. 70% of the revenue that the taxes that they received came through digital platform. Agriculture, we had about 61.6% of digital user farmers in one Ghana study use technology for market or price information and extension activities. If you look at health, let's look at what has happened. We all know about the LIMS platform. People captured in the National eHealth using the LIMS numbers was about 21 million people so far. When you go to education, you have about 48,000 plus basic schools represented in national education data infrastructure. And then, of course, on connectivity, I will call that one home. We have mobile data subscription going by the number 30.52 million. So with this one, we can safely say that ICT has moved from being an economic sector to an economic infrastructure. And this is a statement that I want us to ponder on very well. ICT is now economic infrastructure. It powers every sector of the economy. So we see ICT sometime back, maybe 2015, when we were looking at it, it was more of a peripheral part of the economy. But right now, it's taking center stage to whatever that we're doing. Now, let's go to the African picture and compare Ghana's economy, Ghana's ICT sector to other African countries. The picture on the left, let's look at Nigeria. The one on the left is looking at some African countries and their GDP, their ICT contribution to the GDP. So Nigeria is currently doing around 17%. Their ICT sector is doing about 70% of their GDP. Egypt is doing a little over around 6%. Kenya is doing under 5%. Ghana is doing, I think, 3.4 or so percent. Then Rwanda, I think Rwanda is doing about 1.6%. So this is the picture. You ask yourself the question, what can Ghana do to increase the contribution of ICT to our GDP? What can we learn from Nigeria and probably Egypt and even Kenya? What can we learn from them? But this picture alone does also not tell our Ghana story. So let's look at the one on the right side. This is the ICT growth in all these countries. The one on the left is the GDP contribution, and then the one on the right is the growth. Interestingly enough, Rwanda, that contributes less to the economy, ICT contributes less to the economy, is the fastest right now, about 25-26%, thereabout. So if you give Rwanda an opportunity, the chance, some few years, they will catch up and you find out that their ICT is actually contributing much more to the economy than it is today. Ghana is on the continent the number 2 in terms of the ICT growth for the sector. Ghana is currently doing, as I showed earlier, it's actually about 20, thereabout 20, but here it's showing about 14. I think it's rather, if you look at, okay, probably this is 2023, 2024 numbers. The 2025 number shows even a bigger number. That is a little over 20%. So you can see that if you look over here, Ghana is not doing bad at all when it comes to the sector growth year on year. Ghana is not doing bad. So there's a good picture over here for us to see. So if we take these countries that we looked at, Nigeria, ICT has become a very large component of the GDP, as the picture on the left showed. What can Ghana learn from Nigeria's situation? Build for scale, which is what our ICT theme this year is invest in infrastructure, market size, and digital industrialization. Kenya, they moderate ICT share, but enormous digital influence across finance and commerce. And I think those who understand the Kenya market will bear with me that they within the fintech side of the economy, there's very, very dynamic. So what Ghana can learn from there is that we can look at leveraging platforms and mobile innovation to drive widespread digital adoption. Rwanda, small ICT base, but exceptionally high sustained growth and strong government digitalization. So when you come to Rwanda, the government sector is highly digitalized. So we see that strong leadership, clear policy, and execution drive digital transformation. So that is one thing that Ghana can pick from. Then there is that of Egypt, there is that of South Africa, what is happening in the sector. So we come to, we will move on to the global, we looked at Africa, we'll move on to the global. But even before that, look at Singapore, for instance. Now, Singapore, for them, you can say that it is a highly digitalized economy. The whole economy. It's not aspect of the economy. When you look at South Korea, they are more focused on using digitalization for production. So a lot of R&D happens over there. They come up with a lot of IPs, product manufacturing, and then they export. On Estonia have focused on interoperability, how the different aspects of the economy, how the different aspect of that is digitalized. So they are focused on interoperability, trust, and digital services. And the United Arab Emirates, they are using technology for investment, talent, and then trying to look at new areas of industry. The picture, as I have just from the previous slide, is what I've tried to capture over here like that. So you can see Singapore, they have tried to look at every sector of the economy. How do we make ICT increase productivity across the entire economy? And that is the lesson that we are trying to learn from Singapore. If we go to South Korea, they use it for production. And so what is the lesson that Ghana is learning from? How much of technology we consume can eventually build and then we can export that. Estonia, the question over there, how can our DPI become infrastructure upon which government and business innovate? And then you will find out when we are looking at what should government do that this one will feature in very well. Then of course UAE, the question is, are we attracting investment that builds long-term national capability? And that is one of the questions that the finance people are going to try and answer this afternoon when we look at how we can raise funding for scaling our digital ecosystem. Ghana does not need to copy another country's model. It needs to combine the lessons that fit its own ambition. And that is the lesson over here. Not just that we want to copy blindly, but how do we learn and then customize those learnings to our ambitions. So, we now want to look at the ICT structure of Ghana. After we've learned the contribution, we've compared it with other countries, let's look at the ICT structure of Ghana currently. So, if you look at our structure, you find out that at the base, at the very base where there's the issue of connectivity, digital payment, identity, and digital government, we have a very, very strong foundation as a country. We have a good foundation. Connectivity, digital payment, identity, digital government, we have a strong foundation. So strong and improving digital infrastructure and public digital foundation that we have. But you find out that as we are going up the pyramid, we are becoming weaker and weaker. And so those are the areas that we as a country need to be deliberate and pay attention to. So look at the area of services, what we are using technology for, services. You find out that at the fintech area, relatively strong ecosystem of digital services and integration capability. Because yes, we have quite a dynamic at the fintech side. Now let's go to developing That is software, SaaS, digital platform, AI, local digital product. Growing number of product and platforms, but limited in scale. That is the situation right now. So you can bear with me that we don't have a lot of, indigenous platforms in Ghana over here. Most of it that we are doing, it is more of we importing this technology and consuming. That is what we are most likely doing. So now let's go to the next one, innovation and IP. Innovation and IP. Over there, limited R&D investment and weak commercialization of IPs. And we have our Director of Innovation from Ministry of Communication sitting here with us. He's coming as I hope he will tell us what we are doing as a country to move that R&D component and innovation component so that we can do better. At the top of the pyramid is the global value. Global value. Over there, Ghana captures very, very little value at this level. I'm sure if we want to look at in the ICT sector, how many of Ghanaian products that we are exporting out there, you will find out that very, 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 very little. Recently, I heard Margins signed a deal to do ID for Gambia. And I was like, okay, so now we've started exporting some of our technology. But we need more of the platforms that we build, it matures, and then we can export those technology out of Ghana and then make some, hard cash for Ghana. So the most of Ghana's digital value captures happens at the lower levels, as I indicated. The country must build greater capability higher up the value chain. And that is what we need to do as a nation, of moving our ICT sector from the stage that we are right now to the next level. Now, let's look at Ghana's mobile from access to production that we want to look at. So this on the left is what Ghana currently looks like right now. Yes, we are doing very well with mobile subscription, 44 million, thereabout, by as at per NCA's data in June, 30.52 mobile data subscription, 89.5 mobile data penetration, 213,412 fixed data subscription. Ghana has successfully built mass digital access. If you look at these numbers, it is impressive. For a population of about 35 million, and then you are having these numbers, it is quite impressive at all levels when you look at these numbers on its own. But the question we ask ourselves is that these numbers that we've done, what are we doing with it? What are we doing with all these statistics that we are doing very well with? But instead of just leaving this is what we need to transform to. So we need Ghana. This is the picture that we want to see, the one on the right. We want to see Ghana to be a Ghana where we have massive high backbone connectivity that can carry big amount of data, especially in the days of AI. But not just think about connectivity, but let's talk about what I will consider data infrastructure. So when we talk about data infrastructure, then that means that we have enough data centers, we have enough cloud infrastructure. When I think about cloud, I get so sad. A country like Ghana, currently, when you look at all our cloud consumption, largely we are important. But we need to move from just providing these statistics on the connectivity level to building a very resilient data infrastructure where we have all these things, AI and high performance compute, a very powerful internet exchange. Our internet exchange, if you compare the statistics coming out of our internet exchange to other countries, not very encouraging. Cybersecurity, that I can be comfortable and say that Ghana is not doing bad at all. Then reliable power, and then international connectivity. So we need to move our infrastructure outlook from just connectivity focused to that supports data explosion. That is what we need to look at as a country. So, where does Ghana capture digital value? We've mentioned that we are not doing much of value creation in our ICT space. We are not doing much of value. So now we want to look at how we can create value in our ICT space. Currently, this is what it looks like. I mentioned that R&D, we do very little over there. So you can see current value chain in Ghana. Research and innovation happens outside of Ghana. Intellectual property owned by others. Foreign platforms and product controlled by foreign companies. I know this one not by statistics, but I dare say that a lot of the platforms that we are using, more than 60% of it is more like from outside of the country. Then imported technology, hardware, software, services imported, local integration, that is where sometimes we are champion at. We integrate, we bring all these things in, and then we do local integration. Then Ghana, of course, consumption, that is where we are. We just consume. We just consume. But we want to move from this picture. We want to move away from this picture to the picture on the right. So who captures the value? Ghanaian research and innovation. I'm happy we are having this at Legon. The educational sector, the research institutions, research and innovation driven in Ghana, with Ghanaians owning intellectual properties, Ghanaian product, digital product platforms and solutions built in Ghana. And this is what we need to encourage. This is what we need to encourage. Then we move on from the building digital platforms now to scaling up these platforms and opportunities. Scale them up. Think beyond Ghana. Let's think Africa. After is here. If after is here, the best thing is that now let's build these platforms that we will build it, perfect it, and then export it. So once we are able to do that and then take over the African market, then we can look at global export and value capture. High value jobs, revenue, and prosperity for Ghanaians. And I believe that we can do this. I'm seeing the man over here, meaning that I think I have a few slides left. So now the proposed transition for Ghana's digital economy. Let's look at it. I mentioned that largely it is telecom-led and then all that. Consumption-led, we are just consumers. Digital payment, yes, that we are strong over there. Government system, digital government service platform built on project-by-project basis. And then technology integration, I mentioned, imported IPs. This is what we have. Now we want to transition to what? Digital infrastructure, where they are connected, and so we don't just say connectivity, but more of a well-integrated digital infrastructure. Data centers, cloud infrastructure, AI centers, all those sort of things in there. Enterprise digitalization, business across all sectors using digital technology to drive productivity, as we saw in the case of Singapore. Then we move from, we try to push indigenous platform and product. And this one, our policymakers around, those, our people from NITA, are they here? Our people from Ministry of Communication. Okay, I'm one of them. So we look at how we can promote indigenous platform and product. Let's support the local ones. Let's see how government can promote these indigenous platforms so that we can export them. Then research and intellectual property. We need to do more. We need to do better. Scale technology companies and then digital exports. That is what we are hoping to, so that we can have a higher GDP, we can create more jobs, we can have innovation-led productivity, regional and global competitiveness, and then sustainable and resilient economy, where when there is some global giddy, it's not like our whole economy suffers because it is just standing on one leg. But we can create multiple resiliency in our economy if we use technology very well. So the 7 constraints in achieving that, some of which we've seen over here, and then we will see that the whole week, these are the constraints that we'll be talking about. Capital, number 1. How do we raise capital to embark on this journey? Enterprise adoption. Digital access is widespread, but adoption for productivity and transformation is uneven. How do we drive digital productivity? Then skills. I heard the Deputy Minister talk about 1 million coders. We are in an educational institution. I'm hoping that we can create more and more the skill set that we need. I've over-mentioned that of R&D, so I will not say that again. Infrastructure, gap in power, reliability, cloud, data center, fiber backbone, and AI compute infrastructure. We need to solve this issue. These are the challenges right now. So the constraint, we need to look at it. Government and regulation. Are we over-regulating? Do we have the right regulatory environment to support the journey that we are proposing? And then market access. We currently have limited market access. All we are doing is looking inside Ghana. Let's look outside of Ghana. Let's look at the African market. That is what we need to. These constraints are interconnected. You cannot solve one in isolation and expect to become globally competitive. A whole of economy approach is required. So that is what we need to do. Ghana Digital, what should Ghana do? We are saying that I think this is linked to just what we've mentioned, and so I will not spend more time over here. Just the same as we looked at for the challenges. Government cannot do it alone. Let's agree on that. If you are sitting over here and all you do is say government is not doing that, government is not doing that, government is not doing that, yes, government can do what it has to do. But if you're also not doing the part in terms of the businesses, the technology industry, the financial sector, not raising the right capital, the investors not coming in, to take up a bit of the risk, and then development partners, of course, and our universities. We have to do this together. We really have to do this together. It is not a one-man attend it all. So, the Ghana model that we seek to achieve: build the digital state, strong identity, interoperable system, trust and seamless public service. So this is largely, we are learning this from, Estonia. Then in Singapore, digital economy, make every sector more productive through deep adoption of digital technology. We learn from South Korea with research of R&D, UAE using technology to bring up new sectors of the economy. Then we get to a Ghana that is digital in state. We come to a Ghana that is digitally productive. We come to a Ghana that has a lot of indigenous technology industries, and then Ghana that invests and export-oriented technology. That is what we are looking at. A global digital competitiveness that provides jobs, investment, innovation, export, and prosperity for all. Ghana's digital future depends on our ability to combine the best global lessons with bold local action to build a competitive resilience and inclusive digital economy. So these are some of the outcomes that we are hoping we will get. I guess this is where I bring my thing to a close. Let us adopt, let us innovate, let us own, let us scale, and let's export as a nation. For the panel coming up, we hope they are going to answer the question of what government, what business, what investors and technology industry should start doing differently today to get us to this destination as a sector. Thank you very much.
Please, a huge round of applause for Solomon Richardson, Director, Technical Services. Solomon, you want to stay here with me for just a minute. While you're here, I just want to give the opportunity to delegates to ask a few questions. I'm open to 2 questions because of time. Please, may I see some hands up if you have questions here. Otherwise, we'll move these questions to the panel that would come right after this. So if I do not see 2 hands up, can we have some microphones move around? Okay, I see one hand up here, the other here. Very good. So these are my 2. Mr. Richardson, you want to keep your microphone and answer them as quickly as you can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. During your presentation, I heard you talking about innovation and also how we can export technology. what I want to ask is how is the government trying to help the, let's say, students and those who are coming up in the tech industry? You know, most of the time people will be saying, okay, we all have to be innovative, you have to start your own technology business. But what you realize is that technical skills are not enough to start your own business or your IT field. So maybe I would recommend we have something that can groom those of us coming up, so that maybe in the form of attachment, and even our national service, when we are assigning people, we should ensure that we assign technical people to IT firms so that they can learn and grow from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it was not a question. There was a question you have answered. Thank you very much. And I think that I mean, the answers that you gave is one that is just apt. That's why I don't think I should even add to it. But the Director of Innovation will even speak more to it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Nana Debra from Ghana Statistical Service. And really appreciate your presentation, especially where you backed with some figures from Ghana Statistical Service, and that is commendable. My issue has to do with, didn't really see some disaggregated presentation at the regional level. How is the picture looking like? I mean, at the regional level, the infrastructure that we have at the regional level, where even connectivity is very, very difficult. How the picture is looking at when it comes to the regions? Thank you very much.
So the picture that I showed, and I'm glad you are from Statistical Service, so you even understand the data better than myself. But this is a national aggregated data. But I agree with you that when you look at it at that level, you don't get the real picture, because Accra seems very concentrated, but down there it's not. I honestly do not have the breakdown data for what the region looks like. But from experience, I know very well that we need to do much more at the regional level. Connectivity, if you take only connectivity, you find out that at the regional level, I mean, when you go down to the region and the district, the picture is very, very, very different. I mean, you go around the country and you realize that, I mean, just trying to make a simple call becomes a problem. Data, having good data when you are outside of Accra becomes much of a problem. And this is the reason why I said that we need to look at the issue of the whole, infrastructure. And I mentioned a lot of fiber that we need to push across that can solve the issue, some of these issues that we are having. Because we cannot just solve that of Accra and leave that of the district and the regions. And we need to really do much more over there. Thank you very much.
Mr. Solomon Richardson, please. Oh, one more time for Mr. Solomon Richardson. Thank you. If you just joined us on our live broadcast on YouTube, please, this is the National ICT Week, brought to you by the Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation in partnership with NITA. At this point, we'll continue the conversations with a panel, and the panel will be looking at Ghana digital economy leadership as a form of a dialogue from digital growth to global competitiveness, building Ghana's next digital economy. Leading this as moderator for this dialogue would be one person who is an astute speaker and also has a very commendable track record when it comes to moderating events and programs. Also having a very good track record when it comes to corporate life cycle, living and growing through from an assistant within Millicom Ghana Limited, which is Tigo, and now having the opportunity to grow into a director position working within the telecom sector with AT. At this moment, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome with a huge round of applause, Kwabna Anefi Jateng. I'll leave Kwabna to have his own introductions, and after that, introduce his panel. Kwabna, it's nice meeting you here. Ato, here. Yes.
Another round of applause for Ato. Thank you so, so much. And ladies and gentlemen, please, let's put our hands together one more time for Mr. Richardson. That presentation was very, very insightful. In fact, I was sitting there and there's so many things that I was seeing for the first time. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I believe we're going to have a more thought-provoking conversation as we get into this next part of the event. Once again, a very warm welcome to all of you and a good afternoon to this part of the program. I'd like to say a very special thank you to those of you that have sat with us all through the morning till this point. I was here slightly early, and it's refreshing to see that some of you have sat through to this point. On behalf of the ministry and NITA, I'd like to say that we really appreciate your time, and God bless you. A round of applause for yourselves. Like I just said, my name is Kwabena Nefi Jatin, and for this session, I'm going to be your moderator. Now, we live in a world today where digital technology is not simply, something that you can just brush over or something that you say that you just use for convenience. Today, digital technology is shaping how we work, our lifestyle. It's even reshaping how governments serve their citizens. And to help me throw more light on this conversation today, I'll be joined by three very experienced gentlemen who are going to help me do a very simple job. We're going to have an honest conversation about where we are today as far as the digital ecosystem is concerned, what we are doing right, what we are not doing right, and then what we can do differently to take the digital economy to another level. And the first person to join me here is the Director of Innovation, Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovations. He'll be throwing more lights on the perspective that building the policy and innovation environment for global competitiveness. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we put our hands together for Mr. Emmanuel Ofori. The next person is the Senior Manager for Deloitte. He's also a Technology and Transformation Senior Manager at Deloitte. He's in the person of Mr. Edward Akins. And please, a round of applause for him. Edward will be talking to us about the perspective around enterprise digital transformation and productivity. Edward, you're welcome. Oh, Ima, you are welcome too. Ima, you and I have unfinished business. All right. The next person to join us is the Group Chief Financial Officer of Broad Spectrum Limited, and he will be talking to us on the perspective of financing digital infrastructure and enterprise transformation for scale. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Samuel Osiukwetia. Please, another round of applause for my panel. You're all welcome. Mr. Richardson he attempted to answer almost all our questions. But we're still going to try and run through what we have here. I put a few questions here, and then later on in the program, we're going to open the floor for questions from the audience as well. Now, we have just 1 hour to do this, and so we're going to try to cover as much as we can. So we'll move straight into the questions. My first two questions, I want all three of you to try, in fact, to attempt to answer them. And then later on, we can have questions that are, specifically directed to all of you. So this is my first question. Now, we have seen what Mr. Richardson just put out. And my question is, having seen the state of Ghana's digital economy and the analysis that was just presented, what is the one finding that should concern most of us? This is a two-in-one question. First of all, what is the one finding that should really concern us after what we have seen? And then where do you see Ghana's greatest opportunity at this point? So Edward, you can start for us then.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ednefi. So if you look at the pyramid that Mr. Richardson showed, the base is fine. Any structure that you want to put up that will face the test of time will have to be defined by the base. So the indicators are right. We have put in the right infrastructure and systems to get us to where we are now. But where the value is at the top of the pyramid. And it was clear that the value that we need to bring into what we want to see within the digital economy is what we are not doing. Therefore, we as a panel or a country should now look at What are the things that we need to put in place step by step, system upon system, to get to a place where the value is now going to be driven? And from where I'm coming from, this, he mentioned clearly, is not a government alone affair. It is an economy which is driven by enterprises, big and small, that drives the revenues that we have here, where we need to begin. So from my perspective, building blocks, all correct. How do we now move away from infrastructural excellence to transformational excellence? This now will sit within all organizations that will have to be built and structured to be delivering value at their level of enterprise engagement in various industries. That will now show up in numbers at the top and gradually to aggregate into the big numbers that we're looking for. So for example, if a small institution is being built and digitizing, you'd want that to run as a digital transformational agenda that sees value at each level of the ecosystem where they do their business. That will show the numbers, so outcomes-driven numbers, rather than having siloed activities that takes the box of implementation. So now, infrastructure right, implementation POCs being done, we need to rise to a place where individual organizations within industries are delivering excellence within their own institutions that will now aggregate towards the bigger numbers. So the value is actually on top, and I think we'll get into details of that. Let's start from building an enterprise to be fully digitized and transformed, rather than being siloed in digitizing various sections of their business operations.
Right. Thank you so much. We can move on to the next.
Thank you. Yeah, so what I would like to add is, I think the foundations have been built from the presentation we saw. Very good foundation. Today, everywhere in the country, you can do every business with mobile money. In the agricultural space, you see a lot of things happening. In the health space, a lot of development also taking place. But the question is, what value are we really exacting from these development or foundations that we have? And the second question we need to ask ourselves is, these institutions that have built all these systems, how are we putting them in a certain form such that we can attract good financing and support to scale? Now, in agriculture sector, for example, we've built a lot of solutions. But how are we using this system to benefit that farmer who is in that remote area? We have a lot of IVR institutions or services that enable farmers to hear in their own languages how they need to farm, how they need to apply fertilizer. But how are we using this to drive value from those farmers in the unserved and underserved areas? I think there's a gap. Similarly, in the area of health as well, how are we using the service to ensure that that person who lives in that remote area is benefiting from all the tech things that have been done in health? So I think that we've done so much. The foundation is very strong, but we need to ensure that these institutions that are driving this can scale. And then in scaling, they build things that are more beneficial to the citizens and the nation as a whole. I think that's where there's a gap. But I also believe that there is a lot of opportunity in the market, and with the little support as we are doing this morning and afternoon here, if we all come together and we fashion a way out of the country, we just have some little things to do and we derive the exact value as we hope to achieve. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Sam?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to you all. So, Solomon was spot on. He identified some 7 constraints. These are true. What I saw and whatever he presented gives us an opportunity to transform. But there's one thing that I want us to think about and take out of here. We cannot have a big bang, like a switch, and all of a sudden everything becomes flourishing. That would be over-ambitious. So we should find our niche, and one of the areas that I see we need to work on is policy and regulatory reforms. So we have policies and regulatory frameworks that are not speaking to current technological needs. So until we reform for everybody to be on the same page, it will be difficult to see how we can use regulation and policy to encourage development. So innovation will be stifled because once you are trying to come up with innovative ideas, our tax regime will catch up with you, and it will make it difficult for you to even grow and scale because it is in the old regime and not in the new regime. So we need to look at that. So as a Ministry of Communications, we are reforming our sector policies, but this has to be a whole of government approach, which means the other sectors must also reform, so that as we move along with them. So how do you ensure that the way I tax a manual traditional company today is not the same I tax a traditional digital company today or tomorrow? So that we have to see how we do it, so it rather spur growth and not stifle growth. That's one. Number two, we need to find a way of growing our industries internally to be stronger so they can compete outside. So internally, what I've observed, that sometimes even when tenders are thrown to do government projects, you find foreigners winning these bids because of their capability and experience, financially and then technically. So we need to find a way of growing our businesses to be competitively stronger here. And then based on the test beds that we've provided for them, we can even let them do more businesses and grow internally. And then they can compete outside. If we are able to do some of these things, we will be able to change some of the statistics that have come up. Connectivity is a challenge, it is true. But we also have another challenge. And the other challenge is that as companies invest in this capital-intensive market, you must also ask yourself, how are they getting their return back? So if you go to a place where they need to scale to ensure that there's connectivity for businesses to grow in those areas, they have challenges where we have fiber cuts, we have infrastructure being destroyed, and they have to come back again. So all these things, we need to put it in context and see how, as institutions or as citizens, we can support policy development for growth. One last one, which is a key thing that was not highlighted here in Solomon's analysis, is awareness. There's a lot of us here who are not aware of what is happening when it comes to the policy space. And so until we create that awareness for the farmer to know what is available to them, to be able to grow, and we assume that they should know, a lot of them don't know. And a lot of us in this room might not even know what is available and opportunities that these policies provide for us. So we also need to put a lot premium on creating even awareness on what we have as a base for our citizens to take advantage of. And based on that, our base can grow and we can scale.
We need to do some more education. Right, thank you. I'm excited that some of these suggestions are coming from you. Suggestions around policies and directives. You know, I'm happy it's coming from, and I'm hoping that before we're done with this exercise, we'll be able to get more specific solutions to some of these, you know, conversations. You've answered about two of my questions already. So, Sam, I have a question for you. You are a money man, so today, why should an investor choose Ghana as the location for which he or she wants to build, finance or scale a digital business, you know, in Africa? If I have an investor here today with, you know, and I'm sure there's someone here like that with maybe $30 million who wants to do some investment, why should they choose Ghana?
Okay, so from an investment viewpoint, investors look for about 6 things. The first consideration for an investor will be what revenues are we looking at? I mean, whatever project you want to execute, they will ask yourself, they will ask them, what revenues are they considering? That is one. The second question will be, how predictable are those revenues? You know, you want an investor to invest in your business, and you are unable to determine or confirm how predictable the revenues you are looking at is. That is the second question. The third question is, what risk are they considering? Particularly on the sovereign risk, construction risk, deployment risk. There are so many risks that they will put in a basket that will determine the risk appetite they want to take. And then the other question they will ask themselves is, how sustainable is this whole project you want them to invest in? So Ghana offers all these things, and I think gradually you are beginning to see a change and a shift in the environment. Now, for any investor to bring their money, they will first test the revenues. Whatever project you are looking at, they will look at the revenues and see if these revenues that you are projecting are real. So if the government is looking at building this thing together, you need to talk about situations where the government, for example, has aggregated all the demand. Every investor will look at the credit worthiness of the counterparty they want to fund. If the credit worthiness is not good, then it increases the cost of capital, it changes the dynamics, and it determines whether they want to bring their money or not. The other question is, how sustainable is the environment, particularly, for example, in the area of regulatory certainty, as well as the certainty about forex exchange and the rest. If there's a change or, if like, inconsistent movement in regulations, it affects so many things. And then they are not sure how they can get their money back, because of course they'll be thinking about the payback and the risk and reward return as far as they are concerned. So together, if you put all this in a basket, I think that Ghana offers, if you like, a basket of so many things that is very attractive to the foreign investors. And we are beginning to see them into the country. There are so many capital moving around. And let's not forget that capital is not charitable. Capital follows good business cash flows. It follows manageable risk. And it follows also creditable and credit-worthy institutions. And I think that all these things are prevalent in Ghana, and I believe investors are seeing them, and we begin to see some changes as they bring their money in. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let me also say that for the purposes of the conversation we are having here, when some of these investments, come up, let's invest in our local, let's invest in our local developers instead of always bringing in people. Thank you so much, Sam. That was a good one. Edward, so this one is for you. How does Ghana move higher up the technology value chain, from importing and integrating technology towards developing software platforms, intellectual property, AI solutions, and globally competitive technology businesses?
All right, thank you very much. I think for you to sell something that belongs to you, you might have developed it for a specific problem that spans beyond your territory. Example, Ghana does well in the statistics that we saw. Ghana does well in agric. What we want to do is build agric solutions and IPs that we own and control, that we can actually put out there for others to be able to use and bring us the money locally. If that does not happen, it means you are spending your money consuming technology that you have not contributed to. So the sweat that had gone into that development, the dollar that is gotten out will be sent back to the person who made it. So for me, is to get to a place where, as Honorable said, innovation will drive what we do, solve African problems and sell it to Africa. Like what Mr. Richardson mentioned, AFTA has come and they're going to be the central place where all these things should be modeled well. For me and what I do in my work, innovation is key. Driving academia and industry collaboration so that research is high on the agenda. We can develop products, build solutions within the country, and then be able to export it. Because at the moment, we are at the export edge of technology. We need to rerun the narrative and begin to be a country that actually exports. For that to happen, research should be on the key, at the highest point. And research can only happen with a combination of relationships between industry, those that are actually doing the work in academia, that researchers and understand and are able to build models that these organizations can use. So for me, government will have to there are quite a lot of policies. I really don't see much that sits around research and how they are linking what is being done at academia with industry so that we solve the problems and be able to get the IPs for that. I think that's an area that I think we need to look at. If we build that well, we'll be able to sustain what we are doing and bring in the dollars that we're looking for.
Very crucial. Thank you. Thank you so much, Edward. All right, Ima, let's do this, and then we'll come back and... Oh, by the way, once there are other... if you want to add anything to what someone else has said, feel free to draw my attention so we can do that. Now, Ghana cannot compete on everything. What should Ghana deliberately choose to become exceptionally good at within the African and global digital economy?
I think, like my brother said about R&D, when we're putting together our digital economy policy and strategy, one of my key takes with the consultants who were doing the thing was the issue about R&D. I think it was captured into Solomon's thing as very low. In fact, what we did at the time was to scan speeches, political speeches, and find out how many times those words appear in speeches. Your guess is as good as mine. So we are very low on R&D, and we cannot compete if we continue on that trajectory. It won't work. We will still be consumers. So countries that are doing well, that Solomon showed, the Singapores, the UAEs, all the Estonia, they are very, very strong on R&D. But to touch on the research side, in Sweden, what they've done, which is good, which we also need in this country, because our biggest asset is human resource. Okay, if we can build our skill set as a very big niche, we can do well to attract big techs here and use that to transport whatever solution they have for the African market, which will be good for us. That will be our strength, because other countries also have certain strengths that I think we should not really try and compete, because then you'll be putting resources that might not make you a competitor compared to what you've done. So we need to build a human resource. Now, in Sweden, what they've done is that they've put innovation hubs at the heart of the universities. So if the universities do a reform to bring and ensure that as you are going through your 4-year course, by the time you finish, you are not just learning a course, you are learning to build a solution. So you come up with a solution that will make you competitive. Not to come and be, not to say that applying for jobs is not good, but you are not coming out of the university thinking that you are coming out to apply for a job. But you are coming out because you have been given a skill and a trade that can help you survive. So we need to have that kind of reform in Ghana, all right, so that we embed it. We are doing 1 million coders. It's because of a gap. You talk to big tech companies and they ask you, and Solomon alluded to that, when it comes to data, statistics, we ask you, how many data scientists do we have in Ghana? We don't know, right? As we speak, we don't know. How many cybersecurity experts do we have in Ghana? We don't know. We need to build that core database where when you talk to a big tech company and he asks you, okay, I want to cite my African center in Ghana. Then he asks you, okay, I need this set of skills. 100 data analysis scientists, 100 data scientists, cyber experts, and then they ask you, do you have it? At that time, the conversation changes because you don't have, right? And because of that, they look for other countries who have in abundance. And then it becomes an easy way to go, even though they still want to cite in Ghana for other reasons, which my brother has cited. So we need to find a way of focusing on this area and building it strong, because we have strong universities and we can do this, so that it doesn't become a flagship, it becomes a norm. So that as we are moving as a country towards the next 10 years, we don't want to be having flagships, but it becomes something that has been reformed in the university so that we have a lot of skill sets. If we build that niche, we'll be very strong to attract businesses. And it will also help our local industries to be stronger. And then it addresses the industry academia gap. It's not there. So industry wants some people coming out of it. Universities are not talking to them, they are not talking to them. And so government speaks to university, they say, no, this is not our areas of interest. And so industry becomes challenged. And it becomes very expensive exporting these experts to come and work for you. Very expensive. Which means when you are going to do a project, your cost of human resources becomes too challenging for you to attract that business. But if we have them coming from the university, then it becomes a normal way of attracting people. So for me, if you ask me, this is the strength we have. We have very brilliant people that can compete globally. But it's just that we are not directing them to the right type of skills to be very competitive as an advantage for Ghana to be able to attract big techs who wants to site here and serve the African market.
Well, this conversation about Ghana being a country where we are constantly consuming and we are not putting out there. Yes, Edward, you go on before I
No,
go.
so the excitement around R&D, right? I thought I'd just do a quick check and just look at these numbers. See, China spent $785 billion on the research market value. They spend 27%. They are the 27 market shareholders of research. United States spent $781 billion, 27.2%. Germany, $138 billion, 6.5%. South Korea, $136 billion, 4.4%. And look at that, match that to the GDP intensity. Israel, small country, the GDP and research spend is 6.3% intensity. South Korea, 5%. Taiwan, 3.8%. So just look at that. This has positioned them at the place they are now. I don't have the figures, and Mr. Richardson did not share about the research intensity in our GDP and also the market space where we perform our research with us. But I can tell you they are way below global standards. And I think this is where we need to start from. Start looking at global indicators and how we can match them. Otherwise, we will still look at our connectivity foundation and think we're doing excellent. If we match that across the global KPIs, you realize that you're far behind, and then we'll put in place measures which is outcome-driven that can drive us to these numbers that we're looking for to be.
So clearly, it's a crucial area, and we need to give it some attention. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to do one more round with my panelists, and then we'll come to you. So if you have any questions, please start putting them together so we can run it quickly. Thank you. Edward, stay with me. Now, our comparisons with mature digital economies suggest that much of their digital economy value is increasingly created outside the traditional ICT sector. Now, how do we accelerate the adoption of technology across Ghana's agriculture, manufacturing, financial services, trade, health, and other productive sectors?
Thank you very much, Mr. Nefi. I think it's interesting. How do we accelerate? I think the government, in as much as we're saying it's not a government-only discussion, government creates the environment for these things to happen. Yes, we have come very far. I was going through the list of ICT-driven policies that have been put in place. Very interesting and exciting. But each of them has huge gaps that we need to go back and look at. The digital economy strategy or policy that was done recently, the e-waste and all that, gives us the right direction. But how to create that environment for accelerated, I think the government should be able to, I dare ask that the government should be able to give some kind of incentive to organizations that builds technology involvement in indexes. So what I mean is, each industry should have key KPIs. That if you embed technology not at the presence level, but at operations level to the tune of this budget or to the percentage that we think is globally acceptable, you will get XYZ benefits from the government. Let government create that space and you will see what will happen. If I know that I'm building an enterprise and I'm able to achieve key KPIs around my technology, embedding technology into my business operation to show in our outcomes. If I can get to the figures or standards that has been set and I will get some incentives for the government, trust me, industry will respond. The government would just have to open up the space and give definitive incentives, and you will see the incrementals in the numbers at the index level and also at the business outcome level. This will be the starting point. And the aggregation of all that will come up into the numbers that we're looking at. At the top where the value is, government should start from the bottom, open up the space, show signs of giving incentives, and give indicative, indicators that people must reach to get those things, and you'll see improvements in that.
You want to add something?
Yes. Let me just add something to what Edward has said. But please, government is all of us. Okay? Let's not get confused.
Clearly.
As government is somebody, and we are different. Government is us. But how does government give these incentives? Through taxes, right? We must all pay taxes. One major thing that Solomon highlighted within the financial sector, very nice statistics about mobile money. But there's a gap with how we use mobile money. Mobile money has to be end-to-end for government to see the real revenue. So if you go to China today, you will hardly see cash. Everything is on their phone. It is touch and go. You pay any services you offer. It's nobody takes cash. But what do we do in Ghana? I send you money. What do? You go and cash. You go and cash. You take cash. So we don't actually move the money around, but rather we just send and then we take. So we still have cash around, even though we want to move away from that. If you bring an artisan to do something for you, a plumber, an electrician, whoever, when you are paying that person, does that person take, do you retain any tax from that amount? You just pay. So that person collects, does business, earns income, pays nothing, right? And we are not bothered. You and I, we are not bothered. It's okay, we pay. But actually, we need to create a system where the payment goes to a structure where everybody pays tax. So the artisan knows that this is how I'm going to pay you. But if you are charging me 100 cedis, he knows that he's going to get 80 cedis because there's a tax component on it. Once we are able to build that system, we'll be able to mop up a lot of revenue to support the things we are asking for. Other than that, it is the same category of persons that we are taxing. And it becomes very limited. And at the end of the day, governance is about priorities. And we have other sectors that are taken out of the little resources we have, right? But we can turn things around. And I understand. We need to find a way of creating incentives. And that's why I said that our policy reforms must be universal. The tax people must reform to address your concern, because this is where we are going. So in the tax policy, do we have something like this, anticipating that if you believe that ICT is going to transform our economy, if you are able to contribute this amount, this incentive should go to you. It has to find expression in the law. Then they can implement. Other than that, it becomes a dialogue. And when it comes to implementation, it becomes a challenge. Because the law says you can't do that. So we need to do some of these reforms, and that I'm saying, we need to do a lot of collaborative reforms to ensure that this is the trajectory we are going. We need to all come together to do that. Let's bring out solutions that will help us mop up a lot of revenue. Number two, private sector institutions and government institutions. How do we see R&D in a very small ways? What is our budget allocation for R&D in our businesses? So if we do it in our businesses collectively, it becomes a norm. And we are able to see how much we are doing when it comes to R&D, just like the other countries are doing.
Just a little addition to what he said. Now, it's good we talk about incentives. And one point, has already been mentioned, which is the taxation and we ensuring compliance. I think one thing industry has to look out for is governance. Governance and leadership credibility in the various institutions that we are managing. Now, if we get the governance right, our audited financials are very transparent, and any person can pick any report and know that this is what has happened over this financial year and can be relied upon. It's been audited, it's been filed at the Registrar General, and everything is okay. Then you are building an ecosystem where things are so transparent, and the government knows that if he puts in X, he gets XY at the end of the period. Not only tax, but in terms of local recruitment, the impact those, the various incentives have to provide. It's important. And all these things can be solved if you have a good governance system at the board level, at the management level, at the risk management level, at the cybersecurity level, at all levels in the value chain of managing the business. These things are it's very expensive investing in R&D. Sometimes you have to go 10 years before the real benefit can be realized after you've invested. And you notice that all the countries that were mentioned, Israel and the rest, all of them are exporting services into other countries. If we don't build these governance systems in place, if we don't build the right systems, we'll manage businesses, but we cannot go global, we cannot go regional. People are willing to invest in institutions that have good governance systems that can be relied upon. And I believe if we implement some of these governance structures, good systems, sustainable business practices, then we can attract good financing, we can go regional and global, we can also have enough profit to invest in the R&Ds that we are looking at. And together, we can all win. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for my panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. We'll come back here, but let me start with three people. Three people. I have one here. Can the ushers help me with the microphone or something for someone, please? So I have one here. There's another one at the top. Two. And then there's one, so we can start from the back. We'll do three more after this one.
All right. Thank you so much. We want to thank all our experts and all the insightful things that you have shared with us. All right. My issue has to do with the fact that, in terms of leadership, we know leaders are elected from amongst us. So, and then we, the people, the citizens, what we do is that we elevate them to become our leaders at the top. So when we are talking about research and development, we in academia, we know. If you go to the corporate bodies, they know. You go to those at the top, they know. All the big men, we all know the same problem. But why is it that we have elected you to be at the top? And when I'm talking about, I'm not only talking about politicians, I'm talking about every level of our corporate or our national structure. But here's the case that when they get to the top, then they forget about research and development. So the question is that, where is the disconnection? What is the problem? Is it as a result of how we are trained in our schools or the kind of education we receive elsewhere? Because if you go to any forum, we're talking about research and development, we know. When we talk about technology, innovation, we know. But somehow when we elevate them to become leaders, they get there, or we get there, and then we forget. So we want to find out, what is the disconnection? Is it as a result of how we are trained in our schools? That is why when we get to the top, all of a sudden we forget about what is needed to drive transformation.
All right, let's take the other questions here. Thank you so much for your... This one is more of a grievance.
Hello, my name is Andrew, and I would like to ask, I heard the panelists talking about we need to learn training and things, but at some point I disagree, because we look at the final project even students are coming up with in the universities are projects that can change the world. And we also have projects that students even do and private personnel. Like, I know a lot of people that have done things that are actually big. That, like, if government was to look at, like, sectors like that and develop it, it would have been big. But there are nobody is watching. There are some people I've heard that they went to government and it was rejected. Like they didn't even look at it, like they didn't even pay attention to it. So how is the government supporting, or how is the government going to invest in such people to make Ghana one of the biggest tech industries in Ghana? And also, we are talking about taxation. Most developers and most tech engineers or most tech activists complain about the fact that if they are going to pay taxes and they don't see the value of it, where is it leading us to? Because they are most of the people paying their taxes to international or outside the country. They are paying their taxes to the US government, to the Chinese government. They are all paying their taxes. But is the taxes coming to Ghana? No. But so how is the government also going to bring all those things here? In the outside world, Europe, United States, people are posting their videos on TikTok, other social media platforms, and getting paid. And in Ghana, you only have to go live to get paid. But most of these people, they go live and they pay their money to the US government. The money can come to Ghana. Nigeria has done it with Facebook. Some other countries are doing it. So what is Ghanaian, what's the Ghanaian government doing? Because they have to make an initiative for us. They are the representative to the people. So they have to make the initiative for us. So what are they doing? Because we were talking about it. There was a time that the NITA bill came out and Ghanaians were angry. They are not angry because they don't want to pay or they can't pay, but they are angry because they don't see the value. So I want to ask that what is the government doing with all these things, all these questions asked? Yes, what is the government doing to bring all these things to us?
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll get my panelists to address this. But just before they do, let me chip this in. Such forums are a great platform to link up, like we say, with all of these. You know, when you come to such forums, you in extension, you get access to all of these people. And it's a very good time to share some of your ideas with them. Maybe if you write to them, it might get mixed up somewhere. But when you come to such forums, so take advantage of such forums. All right? Thank you. Can we do the last question? Okay.
So I just wanted to know how we are going to make sure that monies that are paid electronically stays electronically. Because if you look at it, it looks like when you are even paying electronically, it's expensive to pay electronically or to transact electronically than to just walk to your ATM and withdraw the money and use it. So those are also some of the reasons why we are not able to keep the money there. Because if I'm to withdraw money from my bank account to Momo and I'm charged, I'll go to withdraw the money, I'm charged. I want to pay somebody, I'm charged. So at the end of the day, I'll prefer to just walk to my bank and withdraw the money, then start spending, which will reduce the charges that I'm supposed to pay. Right. So I think the taxes per se, they are looking at the easy ones that they can easily plug. Instead of allowing the money to go through the system, that will give us accumulated taxes to be charged.
All right, thank you. So I think two of the questions are around what government is doing. This is more on mobile money. And then there was a grievance at the back. You can pick any of the questions and address.
Right, so let me pick the first one about our education. So if you really want to do R&D, what in Ghana, so let me start. In Ghana, failures are not rewarded. If you fail, you are the bad guy. Right? In Europe, if you fail, they encourage you to try again. So the numbers that Edward was mentioning about China spending all those billions, it's not that all the money that they pump in, every solution gets successful. No, it's not true. But do you know what? One getting through successfully can pay all the debt. But in Ghana, who will give you money to fail? Would you invest in somebody to fail? No. So our education does not reward failure. So even if I fail, my teacher doesn't want to see my face, right? But if I'm an excellent student, an A student, I'm the best guy. The teacher wants to use me. And then the rest of us, he doesn't want to see our face because we like failing. But we don't want to understand why we are failing. We don't want to understand what is the challenge. We don't want to understand what we can improve. Failures help us to learn. And then as we continue, we learn and we improve. And as we improve, we get the best. So until we change our education system to allow people to explore and to not exact excellence, we will continue. So me, I don't want to fail. I don't like failure around me. When I get to the top and you ask me to spend money to fail, for people to fail, I will not spend it. So that's the problem and challenge with R&D. If I give it to you, can you guarantee that this solution will work? You say yes. They give you, the thing fails, you are done, you are finished. And how do you go back to go and justify why the money that they gave you, you couldn't pay back? The people will roast you up that you have caused financial loss, right? So we need to find a way to address that. And that is something that I feel the West are doing well, we are not doing well. And it comes back to my point. We need to have educational reforms, starting from the university. The way we even examine ourselves will not help us. So we don't allow people to think. We allow people to only follow one direction. So if you bring any alternative direction, your lecturer will not accept it. And so you just toe one line, and if it doesn't work, we all fail. That is how our reforms are. Now, my brother here spoke about what the government is doing. So you see, I told you, you and I are government too. That's the definition I want you to pick. Okay, you are an university student, so government is you and I. So the issue is that what can we do to improve our lot? How we defend, how we are successful, how we are able to support ourselves. You mentioned some projects. It's not all projects at the university that can be commercial. Some are just academic. So if you get a commercial project work, then it's your lecturer. That lecturer has gotten some consultancy that is using you to do it. So it becomes a live project. But not all projects are live. What I was suggesting is that when you start level 1, there has to be a course directing you to entrepreneurship. And you must do it. So you identify yourself that these are the potential market areas, demanding areas, skills areas that immediately you come out of the university, even when you are in the university, you are a hot cake. So before you finish level 400, you already have a job. But now before you finish, after you have finished a national service, you still don't have a job. You don't know where you are going. That is our current state. How do we change that? Why is that in some countries, before you finish, people are looking for you, but here nobody is looking for us? The industry people are not looking for us. But ideally, they should come to campus and pitch for us. And then you can bluff small because then you have choices. Until we turn the thing around, and it is all about reforms, the university must change. And if they change, it will be better for all of us.
Thank you so much.
Let me also contribute briefly. So beyond we looking at the educational reforms, we also need to check the value systems that we operate with. Now, take a typical entrepreneur. He makes his first breakthrough, and what he's thinking about is the next car he wants to buy. He's made it. I mean, he's been given a contract, he's won it, he's collecting money, he's had some investors. Then he's thinking about what next car he has to buy, as opposed to reinvesting the money into a certain research, knowing that technology can disrupt it. So the question we really need to ask ourselves is not the government. It is about all of us. What do we value? Huawei, for example, did not just wake up all of a sudden to build their R&D business in Egypt, in China, and everywhere. IBM did not just do that, and they were not relying on the American government to do that for them. Hengtong building fiber didn't do that. All the institutions started small, Jetto, the Jetto car, and all the cars we see around, they've been researching for decades, and then they've made it up to the point. So I think that what we value the most determines what we use our resources and monies for. And I think that beyond educational reforms should be the value systems, not cravings for material things immediately when we make some money, but rather investing to build sustainable businesses that will stand the test of time. If you develop a software today that is in the health space, in the agriculture space, just have a mindset that that solution can be disrupted at any point in time. The only way you can exist and go global and regional is you continuously investing, researching to ask yourself, how do I solve a much bigger problem? Because remember that the kind of software you develop today would be replicated in a matter of 2 years. But when you build something that scales beyond the borders of Ghana, such that it transcends Nigeria, then you elevate yourself and begin to get international revenue. Once the revenue pie increases, you have some money that you can put in investment, that you can put in R&D. I think if we begin to change the mindset and we shift our value system a bit, not looking at what government is doing, but what we are prioritizing, I think in the long term, all of us will win together. Then the second question comes to the gentleman who spoke about tax. I think when you withdraw money from your ATMs also, you pay. Except that it's aggregated and charged to you on electronic charges at the end of the month. Now, when mobile money charges you, always see it as a transactional cost at any point in time. That is how the entity is also making its revenue. The question then comes at what price and what value. It is convenient for you to sit here and move 2,000 cedis to somebody as opposed to you sitting in a car, going to the ATM, or walking. So that trade-off is what you are paying for. But that's whether the amount, commensurate whatever effort you are putting in is a question that we can answer. But I think in terms of fairness, we are all getting, and it's business. If you build your ecosystem and you think that it can compete with what is happening, then you do it. Otherwise, we are all in a competitive environment and everybody is adding value to what is being done and we are extracting, value from ourselves. Now, finally, to the tax payment. Look, tax is tax and it has to be paid. And that is the only way the country can be built. Now, recently, the GRA has introduced a system where we are also taking taxes from all those, apps that we buy abroad. So, for example, if you are using any system that is transmitting money outside, the GRA has built a system where all fintechs are supposed to integrate into, and the taxes are deducted directly, and you pay to the government. If you are using Microsoft Azure in the cloud, all institutions are required to pay taxes through a system that the GRA monitors. So it's not as if the government has allowed the institutions just to have a free day and they are not being taxed. Together, give and take. Yes, we are net importers of technology. That is why this forum is being organized. And if you listen to Solomon's presentation, what he's saying is that let us build a system that is indigenous to us, that we don't have to buy. We need to build our own cloud systems. We need to be able to have institutions that can add value to our fiber. So many things have to be done locally. If you are doing them locally, there's no need to go and pay taxes outside. The ecosystem will control it. The money will stay in Ghana. We can do a lot more with it. And together, once again, we can win. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Edo, do you want to add something?
Just a top up to that. So, Honorable mentioned the money staying within the mobile money payment is just the last part of the whole transaction. You've done everything and then you come to pay. That's not where the money sits. The money sits in the ecosystem where the activities had already happened. My thinking is simple. If we're able to digitize all that, your conversation around keeping money in the system so that we become fully digitized as China should be transforming all the ecosystem that delivers services that at the end you're paying. If you look at the numbers that Mr. Richardson showed, the last part of the chain alone, see the values in it, then think about the money that's within the whole ecosystem. Yeah. If we're able to now transform and digitize that part so that the money sits across every chain, that is when we begin to get value, and that is when we move to the top, rather than doing just that last bit and we say Ghana has digitized. We're digitized just 2% of the whole ecosystem. If we're able to do all of it, the money stays in, the value increases, then we go to the top.
Very good, thank you. Let's do 3 more. Let's do 3 more questions. 3 more, okay, we have one here. Anyone else? There's one at the back, last one, and then there's one on this side too. All right, let's start with you.
Thank you very much. My name is Omenyo Christopher, a computer engineering student, and I like the pronoun we are using over here. By the pronoun, I mean the we. We being the change, we being the government. I really like that pronoun. But I'm looking at the fact that we being the government are having a percentage of which, to me, is quite a higher percentage, having the taste for foreign goods. We are talking about the IT stuff here, but then let's just take this picture. We are producing raw materials, but these raw materials are not being used here. These raw materials can be an IT person like myself who has the value, but it's not being used. That's the picture I want to paint. Okay, so like my brother Andrew said, the student has many projects of value, commercial or not commercial. They have the projects ready. But the taste we are having is not promoting it. So mine is not a question, but more of a suggestion that we should look at our taste. I remember a travel to Takoradi Harbour where when we were guided, the staff there told me something. I really felt sad. He was like, he doesn't know what at all Ghana we don't import. When he said that, I was like, what does he mean? So I asked him, please say it again. He said he doesn't know what at all Ghana we don't import. That's what the staff there told us. So I was like, okay, I position myself as, sorry to say, a banana, a ripe banana in Ghana, but I'm not being used. Rather, they are importing a banana from somewhere else. I don't know if the picture is painted clearly. So we being used is a nice word as the government. Let's look at we changing our view to look at what we have and I won't say stop, but then pause or balance between our importation and exportation. Because right here in Ghana, we have the banana over here. We have everything that we are looking for over here within my colleagues and every individual. So that's a suggestion I want to make.
All right, thank you. What's your name again?
Please, my name is Omenyo Christopher Tete.
Omenyo, I'm giving you access to all my resource persons here. Come and see them after, and have
Thank
a
you very
conversation
much.
with them.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's have the next question. There's one down here, so. Okay, no, just go on. Let's do, hold on a minute for me. Let's do one here then.
Thank you very much. My name is James La, MD for NITA. I want to say that Ghana is doing very well. We need to pat ourselves on the back, especially for the foundational level. At the base, we've done so well. What I think we need to do is to ensure that all areas are covered, especially with the foundation we are building. I'm happy Richardson mentioned that he doesn't have a breakdown statistics. But if you check the huge numbers, most of them are it's related to Accra. Even if you are in Kumasi and you want to use data, it becomes a big problem. So the foundation is good, but we have to make sure that it is creating value and it's reaching everybody. Then we can scale up. There was one issue I wanted to talk about in terms of research and development. Why should we be spending time training 1 million coders when we have over 100,000 students in the universities? So I think we need to have some integrated research. What does industry need? What does the sector need? And then pump that money through the educational without having to put another level of training institutions. And that will help. The people who come out, like Mr. Ofori said, from the university, and they already have the relevant skills. So this alignment is critical, and we can save a lot of cost just by integrating the university the training institutions with the policy, the government, and the direction of our trends in the economy. One last thing I would say is about what my friend Samuel said. The investors and research delays, the outcomes, that delays, we are not ready to wait for it. I would say that we are not patient, because in Ghana we need money and we want it now. Everybody wants money now. Nobody wants to wait. So you can even vote a government out of power and bring another one because they preach money in your pockets. But to do a proper research and get the outcome that will transform your country, you need to be patient. And I also want to top up that the investors we are looking for may not necessarily be from outside Ghana, because we have people buying private jets in this country. And money is flowing. They are always showing it. Why can't we direct such investments into helping innovators to scale? And we don't have to always look for outside, because there's money here. The government is doing projects, and contractors in this country are bidding for the projects and winning and getting. And government is paying them. In the same way, we can invest by using our own money. But we have to be patient to ensure that the outcome grows and benefits all of us. This is just what I wanted.
Thank you so much. We're racing against time, so yeah, let's do the last question and then, yes, there's one there. Okay, yeah, you go on.
Okay.
We'll come to you. We'll come to you.
All right. My name is Maxwell Ansan, an IT personnel and autism advocate. Okay. Ghana is talking about innovation skill, but how do we ensure that innovation is truly inclusive? Okay, specifically, what concrete step can government and the technology industry take to ensure that autistic children and young adults have access to assistive technology, digital education, and eventually opportunities to participate as creators within Ghana's digital economy? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Any of the questions, you can pick up any of them.
So let me start with the last one. The last one is a health question, right? It's a health question, and also falls in the category of persons with disabilities, right? So there is a focus on that one, but we have Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communications that does something to support persons with disabilities. And the ministry as well. So it's a health and communications problem. But at the bottom of it is cost, right? So how do we even address such persons that you mentioned, even within the education sector? Okay, so there has to be ways to address that challenge, but reforms and policy areas to see how we can bring such persons into the whole ecosystem. So I agree with you, but it has to be a systematic thing to address that, educationally and then also within the job market as well. Just one point with my big brother here. So data governance is an issue, right, in Ghana. So if you walk into an institution today and you ask them what is their data governance framework, how do they classify data? What do they define as data? How do they produce it? Who verifies it? How do they ensure that whatever is published can be justified and can be defended? Most of institutions don't have these governance frameworks. And so looking at emerging technologies now, we are going slowly because we are also cautious about the dangers of emerging technology, especially AI, in what we put into the system. So because we don't have the clear data governance structures within our institutions, we are cautious of but people want to do the work. So, because when you put it in the AI will give you a very fantastic outcome or output, which you are happy about. But at what risk? But you have to be informed to know that this is what we can do and this is what we cannot do. So once you are able to do that, we'll be able to traverse that. But just on the gentleman that asked, you asked his name. So in Ghana, you talk about banana and all the rest. Let me just use this one just to create some humor. We all know Gary soakings, right? Gary, sugar, and granules. And then a little milk, right? It is not popular for some people, but when we were going to school, yeah, it was popular for us, right? Do you know that somebody has packaged that in Ghana here? Do you think it's a Ghanaian? We were doing it in, you know, when you go to the woman at the side of the street or a small corner, they have the gari is in a small rubber, the granite is in a small rubber, the sugar is in a small rubber, the milk, right? You have to buy all. Somebody has come here, seen opportunity, packaged it, and it's international. And all you need is what? Water. You just take it, you pour, and you can travel with it. So our problem here also is how we even package things. So a Chinese person will come here and see Agbelikakro and repackage it, and it will be at the mall. But how do we do it? We put it in sieves and sell. We don't want to reform. So this is the challenge we have. And so until we all see some of these things, how we even package, and standards. We don't want to have standards. We want to just do things our own way. We will not be able to compete because the others follow standards. And once we are able to do that, we can create a lot of opportunities within our space to even make money.
Right.
I think briefly I want to touch on the gentleman who talked about.
Yeah, we have to do that quickly. We are far behind time.
Quickly,
so.
I don't know if you were here in the morning, but when the Honorable Deputy Chief of Staff was speaking in her presentation, I think she highlighted opportunities in the coding space for, you know, the people of determination, or if you like, the challenged people. So I think there is some space that if you research and you find out, you'll be able to assist whoever you want to help, just to make you aware that it's happening. And so let's look out for them. And also, like I said, there are a lot of people around you can speak to for solutions. Speak to them, and I think we can make good progress.
Right.
Thank you.
Talking about people you can speak to, I'm giving you access to them as well once they are done. Unfortunately, we're far behind time, so we need to run. So quickly, in 1 minute, give me your final words. In 1 minute, all three of you, just give me your. If we meet here in 10 years, in 5 years, what change would you love to see if we meet here for the next?
I think Ghana should be driving towards digital productivity rather than just digitizing.
Right.
Educational reform.
Okay. I like the fact that you are the one saying this.
And let's add more value to our assets and what we've developed to attract very good investments. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for my panelists. Thank you so much. I think we've had some thought-provoking conversations, and don't let the conversations end here. Let's keep it going. My name is Anefi, and I've been your moderator. Thank you.
Governor Nefi, Jatin, and crew, you want to stand for a group photo? Please, just center on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we can put our hands together for them one more time. Wonderful conversations we've had. Gentlemen, we're more than grateful. If you just joined us, it is still the National ICT Week 2026 coming to you from the City Conference Center here at the University of Ghana, Legon. While we move on, if you're live with us on our YouTube channel, we encourage you to like, comment, and share so that friends and family would understand the conversations that we are having about our digital economy. As the gentlemen take their seats, I'll be bringing on, in our final segment for today, a seasoned banking professional who is at about 30 years under her belt. But before that, may I ask that since we are all in the room, can we, in these two columns, please draw down further like we did in the morning? I just want to dedicate 2 minutes to that. Let's drop further down so that we would have a more intimate session. Can we do that? All right. Let me have volunteers do that. Please, you want to put your hands together for them as they move? Yes. Obliging nicely. I appreciate that. Please, let's do that. Please move Cascade down further. Yes, and let's have a more intimate session. This lecture is actually a lecture that is coming up, and it's going to be a very deep finance lecture, especially about the conversation of the digital economy and ecosystem as we've been discussing all day today. Wonderful. This also would be 1 out of 2 that would end today's session. So we are preparing to bring today's conference package to a close. You want to speedily do this with us, and thank you for doing this. We are so much grateful for your time as well today. Thank you. Shall we proceed? The next speaker that I'll be introducing is somebody who has had an accomplished some feat when it comes to banking in all spheres that you would recall, almost all spheres when it comes to banking in itself. Being an accomplished chartered executive banker and corporate leader with nearly 30 years of experience spanning central banking, commercial, retail banking, strategic marketing, and journalism as well, for which most of us eventually got to know her from on our television screens, especially when it comes to the news, and being an editor also in the background. We've had an amazing run to these many wonderful years, for some of us about 15 to 20 years, understanding her personality, but indeed there has been more to it. Today she sits as the second deputy governor of the Bank of Ghana, and she is here today taking us through the conversation of building a financial system that enables innovation at scale. Please let's welcome Mrs. Matilda Asante Asiedu. Shall we have a far more resounding applause for her while she comes up? Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. Oh, come on. Are you tired already? This is the last mile or the final stretch, so stay with us. I'm sure there's a lot that we can share together and hopefully also address any questions that you might have in the process. So let me first start by thanking the organizers. It's a great pleasure to be here. And Nanaya, who is the CEO of NITA, is a collaborator of mine. In industry, we try to do many things digitally. And it's nice to see him heading NITA now. I see that there are some directors here as well, and some CEOs who, again, in industry, I work very closely with. Romeo, I can't name you all, but it's good to see you all. And it's a great delight to be here. I see my former colleagues as well, who are doing great things in industry. Now, I understand that this is the 3rd edition of the Distinguished Digital Finance Lecture, and it's really an honor for me to be the one delivering it. And I want to start by asking us a few questions, myself included. So, please show by hand if you know and can recite your bank account number. Please show by hand. Okay. Not many. Okay. Now, show by hand if you know your mobile money or mobile phone number by heart. Okay. So it appears to me that the whole room knows that, right? And based on the poll that we've just taken now, I guess we can safely say that Ghanaians today know their mobile money or mobile phone numbers, but do not know their bank account numbers. And I am included. If you ask me my bank account now, I can't tell you. In fact, I think a few months ago, I was trying to do a transfer from one of my bank accounts to the other in different banks. And I ended up sending it to some different number. My luck was that that bank account number did not exist. So the system held it. Imagine if the money actually went into another person's bank account. But this is really our reality. And ladies and gentlemen, this is what financial innovation at scale, I believe, actually looks like. it is not your regular slide on a strategy document, but a habit so ordinary that nobody remembers a time before it existed. We started simply mobile money as a transfer solution to support our aging parents in the village. How many of you remember Nasikanoain? Exactly. And also to serve the underserved segments of our market. But now, it is woven into the very fabric of our society. And this afternoon, I want to talk to you about how we can build financial systems that can innovate at scale, deliberately, safely, and in service of the economic growth of our country's aspiration. And my argument is very simple in one sentence. And what it says is that Ghana already has real foundations for scaled financial innovation. The task ahead of us, as I see it, is one not of invention, but rather of coordination. And I will walk you through where our regulatory environment is creating genuine opportunity, where it is still creating friction, and what 3 different economies, one in Africa, another in America, and one in Europe, can teach us about the last mile for skill. So let me start by defining innovation, because innovation is one of those words that gets used until it has no meaning. But for us at the Bank of Ghana, innovation at scale is not just the existence of clever technology. It is the moment when clever technology becomes everyday infrastructure, used by millions, trusted without second thought, and resilient enough that if it fails, it would be a national event rather than a personal inconvenience. That's innovation at scale. Now, that definition matters because it tells us where our jobs truly lie. Entrepreneurs like Romeo and his colleagues build products. Regulators like us build the conditions under which a good product can become universal. I'm talking about the rails, the trust architecture, the guardrails against fraud and systemic risk, and the confidence that lets a market woman in Techiman transact with the same use case as a fund manager in Accra's financial district. Now, we can confidently say we have achieved scale when something built in an innovative hub in Accra becomes an indispensable tool for the fishmonger in Jamestown, or brewer, the spare parts dealer in Swami, or the farmer in Zwarungu. Scale, therefore, is as much a matter of regulation as it is technology. Ghana has more evidence of this than many countries on the African continent. So let's start with what is working. I think the first thing to say, and I say this with pride rather than complacency, is that Ghana already possesses something most G20 economies are still legislating their way towards: a genuinely interoperable payment system. Through GIPS, which is a subsidiary of the Bank of Ghana, we are among the few countries on the continent of Africa where mobile wallets, bank accounts, and card schemes are fully interoperable across every provider. Thank you. You know, like the pastor say, do it for Jesus. If you are clapping, clap well. The results are not abstract at all. If you take June 2026 alone, mobile money platforms processed 954 million transactions. That's just a few digits short of 1 billion, valued at approximately 493 billion cedis. Ladies and gentlemen, digital payment is no longer a peripheral financial system for the support more than 1 million registered agents. I think the second thing that we have built with the connective tissue that makes further innovation possible without reinventing the wheel is our instant payment settlement transfers. This happens in real time, whether it's mobile interoperability, eSwitch, Ghana Pay, this happens in real time. And this is financial inclusion measured not just in programs, but in millions of transactions. Now, underpinning all of this is the Ghana card, which has become the backbone of national identity and KYC infrastructure, and has considerably lowered the cost of bridging finance and bringing people into the formal financial services sector. At the Bank of Ghana, we have chosen deliberately to regulate innovation rather than merely police it as a fact. Our regulatory sandbox, for those of you who are familiar with it, allows fintechs to test new products, from digital lending to insurance technology, under supervised conditions before they reach the wider market. Our directives on digital credit service providers, published this year, brings short-term digital lending under a licensing regime from the first time, and for the very first time, closing a gap that in the past allowed unregulated operators working in the shadows in a very fast-growing market. And our Cybersecurity and Information Security Directive, CISD 2026, is built for the realities of cloud computing, artificial intelligence in credit decisioning, and a threat landscape. I'm talking about cybersecurity and fraud that did not exist some 10 years ago. Now, I believe this addresses this misconception that regulation and innovation pull in opposite directions. In my experience, they do not. Regulation that is proportionate and predictable is one that accelerates innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, the Bank of Ghana continues to push the frontiers in spite of the achievements that we've talked about. Our ECD pilot, which is the digital central bank currency, continues to explore what a central bank digital currency could mean for a cash-light Ghana. But having completed it in the domestic pilot, we're now designing the ECD for cross-border settlements and wholesale payments, building a proof of concept we have already completed for cross-border trade. Our tokenization projects, Universal Trusted Credentials and Digital Semi-Ecosystem Fungible Tokens, are early, but they are real. And on the supervisory side, for those of you who we supervise, you'll be familiar with our supervisory intelligence platform, or what we call the ORAS, Online Regulatory Analytics and Surveillance System, that allows the central bank to now see risks building in the system closer to real time rather than discovering it at the end of the year when it's too late to act. Another point that I think is worth noting is that the foundations of our financial system itself is being strengthened as we speak. All our rural and community banks are being converted into community banks under the revised Microfinance Sector Framework 2026. Now, this is a modernization of a model that has served this country since 1976. Apart from a few people who I know would have been born by then, I think most of us would not have been born, excluding me, of course. Now, our open banking and open finance frameworks are also at an advanced stage of development, aimed explicitly at unlocking finance for the small and medium enterprises that will decide whether Ghana's growth aspirations are realized or merely talked about, as we have said many years since I can remember to read. We say it's the engine of growth. Okay. Now, that work, I believe, comes soon enough. But it also brings me to the difficult part of this conversation. Because I believe a speaker who only talks about what is working is doing only half the job. So let me be equally direct about where we still have shortfalls. I think the most persistent bottleneck is not technology, not at all. It is the financing gap facing the very SMEs our digital infrastructure was built to serve. Recent estimates place Ghana's SME financing gap at $4.8 billion annually. That's one of the most severe gaps on the continent, despite our comparatively sophisticated financial system that I just spoke to you all about. We have built extraordinary payment rails, but we have not yet built equally extraordinary credit rails. An SME owner in Kumasi can receive payments for goods in seconds through the instant payment. But they may have to wait 3 months, maybe more, sometimes up to 8 months or a year for a small working capital, because the credit consideration is not built on the same digital footprint. That just proved that she has capacity to receive and the fact that she operates a business. Ladies and gentlemen, that disconnect between transaction data and credit access, in my view, is the single largest unrealized opportunity in this room. And I want to stay with this for a moment, because often when we discuss this, we just mention it in passing and then we move on. But all of the efforts we have been making is intended to address this exact problem. The speakers talked about, and I think some of the contributors talked about the fact that Ghana does not have a capital shortage. I think it is an architecture problem. We have banks, we have pension funds, they hold assets under management in excess of 100 billion, and they continue to add every month and every year. We have retail investors, some of whom own private jets, as we have just been again reminded of. So capital is not the challenge. Our development finance institutions are also active. Risk-sharing schemes exist, founded precisely to close this gap. But what is not working is the architecture that makes capital available to the business that needs it. And there are 3 parts of that architecture that I think we should avert our minds to. So acceptable collateral in our financial system is one of them. It means land, buildings, equipment, and cash, financial instruments that are easily convertible to cash. These served us well in the past, but a lot has changed since then. A great deal of value being created in Ghana today sits in contracts, in the digital rails, in receivables, in transaction histories, rather than in fixed assets. But our systems have not yet caught up with this shift. The result is a filter, not calibrated. Don't get me wrong, land and property, titled and verified, are perfectly sound security, and lenders are right to want it. I've come from the banking industry, and I know how difficult some people can actually borrow and intentionally refuse to pay. So if you have something you're holding on them, that makes your recovery much easier. But requiring them as the default security means credit flows to businesses that happen to hold real property, and not necessarily the businesses that are trading well and have the cash flows. A firm can turn over substantial volumes of money, hold a significant contract with a defined payment date, and still be turned away because the value it has does not sit in an immovable asset. Now, consider what else could reasonably inform a lending decision, even if it does not yet qualify as security in the formal sense. A confirmed purchase order from a large retailer, an export order with an international buyer, a multi-year service agreement with an established firm are all enforceable obligations with identifiable counterparties behind them. There are claims of future income that can be verified today, even though under our current capital framework, they are not yet recognized collateral, the way that a mortgage is or a fixed deposit is. But a lender who can see these obligations, assess the buyer, and structure a facility around the payment timely already has much of what it needs to make that credit decision. What is missing then is not just the lender's judgment. It is the legal and prudential architecture that would let the judgment translate into capital. The assignment framework that makes the claim enforceable ahead of other creditors, and the collateral eligibility rules that will let a bank hold as security rather than treat it for capital purposes if it were unsecured. Think about what a mobile money transaction record actually contains. It shows how much money moves through an account each month and whether balances are held or withdrawn immediately, which tells you something about the behavior of the account holder. It shows merchant payment activity, how frequent transactions occur, whether volumes are growing or falling, and how regular and predictable income is. This is not just background information. It is a credit record. We have simply not built the habit of reading it as such. Take the market woman I mentioned earlier, with an active wallet, 2 years of transaction history, and a consistent savings pattern. Her record already tells a lender most of what it needs to know whether she will pay or not. But our financing gap has two ends. On one hand, you have the big lenders who require, for prudential reasons, huge capital and collateral. You go through long credit appraisal processes to arrive at a decision. Then on the other hand, we have the microfinance providers who offer small ticket loans at very high cost, but they are available as soon as you need them in a very short time. Between those two lie the real challenge that faces our ability to scale. A firm that needs about 500,000 CDs for 30 to 90 days to fulfill a contract is not served by either of them. Invoice discounting is one of the solutions that is available, and it abounds in most countries. And even though we're beginning to warm up to it, it is not where it ought to be to cover the needs of the economy. The second bottleneck is regulatory fragmentation at exactly the moment where we need coordination the most. Digital lenders, insurance technology firms, virtual asset providers now cross the mandate of the central bank. But we're confident that our open banking, digital banking, and digital credit frameworks are converging, even though they are not yet unified. Innovation does not respect institutional boundaries, and our regulatory architecture must catch up to the reality, or we risk innovation migrating to whichever regulator is slowest to respond, and that also leads potentially to arbitrage. I think the third point is cybersecurity. It has shifted from a technical afterthought to a scale-limiting constraint in its own right. As one managing director of a bank told me recently, sales used to be the driver of business, but right now it's compliance. Because if you are not careful, you will make all the sales, and with a whiff of cybersecurity risk, your annual revenues will be wiped out. Now, this very interoperability that makes our systems inclusive also makes it a single attractive target. And that is why our Cybersecurity Directive 2026 is a serious response. But a directive is only as strong as the smallest institution's capacity to implement it. And some of our last mile providers simply do not have the resources of a tier 1 bank. Scale, therefore, that is not secure is exposure. The fourth point I wanted to talk about is data governance. Again, something that the panelists were gracious to mention. Is infrastructure at the last mile. Open finance promises to let a small business transaction history become a collateral. That promise is only as good as our rules on data ownership, consent, portability, and liability when it comes to something going wrong. Because without a mature data governance framework, open banking will remain a pilot rather than an enabler. And additionally, but perhaps the most decisive bottleneck, is infrastructure. Interoperability at the network level means little if the last agent in a rural district in Kumbungu has unreliable connectivity, inconsistent liquidity, or no functioning dispute resolution channel when a transaction fails. Scale is only as strong as its weakest remote link. Let me turn to 3 examples, which I believe are learnings for us, or some cases who are learning from us. So let's start with Kenya. I'm sure you're all familiar with the Safaricom story and M-Pesa. The Central Bank of Kenya, in 2007, seeking approval to launch, when Safaricom went to the Central Bank seeking approval to launch M-Pesa, the governor at the time made a decision that would later be studied around the world and which has benefited us greatly in Ghana. He allowed M-Pesa to operate on the understanding that the central bank will formally regulate it once it understood exactly what it was regulating. That approach later became known in the literature as test and learn, but it required great discipline. Thankfully for us in Ghana, we have benefited from this lesson. It is that permission and prudence are not opposites. Regulators can and must create room for an unproven innovation to rescale while quietly building the guardrails around it in parallel. Our own sandbox here in Ghana for fintechs and virtual asset providers already reflects these instincts. The discipline, therefore, lies in resisting the temptation to overspecify a rule book for a transaction that you do not understand. Let's take the United States. The Fed launched FedNow. This is in 2023. An instant payment infrastructure. This is long before Ghana had put out our own payment infrastructure. 35 entities adopted from the beginning. 3 years on, they have about 1,800, compared to a countrywide 9,000 eligible banks and credit unions, reaching about half of the American depositors. But I think the lesson for us then here is that Ghana, we have already internalized that, because interoperability was achieved based on a mandate and central coordination for skill, rather than leaving it to the entities to decide whenever they were ready to join. The European Union, a great example for all of us, took the opposite path from the United States. Its instant payment regulation, which entered into force in 2024, again, take note of the date. This was long before Ghana and some parts of Africa had moved, did not ask the banks to consider adopting instant euro payments. It required them to, so it was compulsory, on a fixed timetable. The capacity to receive instant transfers by January 2025 and to send same by October 2025. But they did something else at no higher cost than an ordinary transfer, alongside a mandatory payee verification service to guard against fraud. The lesson here is about sequencing and enforcement. And I would add, without false modesty, that this is something instructive in the fact that Ghana's mobile money ecosystem had already achieved full interoperability years before even Europe and the Americas thought about it. So what does all of this mean for us, for the way ahead? I want to leave us with 4 thoughts. The first, I think, will be we finalize and implement our open banking and open finance framework. The SME financing gap as the explicit measure of success, that should be how we measure the success of open banking, and not the number of APIs that are published, but the volume of credit. Remember, we're trying to solve a problem that reaches a small business lender could finally see that in the transaction history. And because that business gets the option to choose if the financier's primary provider's terms and conditions are not acceptable. So you have the choice, instead of being limited to only your bank or only your mobile money service provider. The second will be to look seriously at our 4 frameworks that allow a lender to count as security. A business trading well, holding a signed contract with a defined payment date, should not be turned away simply because the value it has built sits in receivables rather than a title. That is work within our remit, and that's something that we're doing something about at the central bank. Thirdly, we will pursue coordination, not merely parallel, but regulation across the Bank of Ghana, the National Insurance Commission, the Securities and Exchange Commission, the Pensions Regulatory Authority, through our Financial Stability Council, so that innovation is then judged by the risk it carries rather than the regulator it just happens to land with. On the 4th point, we intend to extend the resourcing behind the Cybersecurity Directive so that cyber resilience is not the privilege of Tier 1 institutions, but a baseline that the entire system, including the smallest community banks, can actually meet for our collective safety. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, after everything that I have said, it is clear that the evidence from Nairobi to Frankfurt to Accra points in the same direction. Financial systems that innovate at scale are the ones where the regulator builds the shared road and lets 1,000 vehicles drive on it. In other words, the regulator builds the infrastructure like we have done through GIPS, and that opens up opportunity for players to play. And it has been our instinct on the payment side, and it's something that we're continuing to work on the credit side as well. There's also one measure I want to leave with you. We have counted financial inclusion on accounts, wallets, transactions. And honestly, by those measures, we have done exceptionally well. But the market woman I keep returning to, this is inclusion because we say that she can still transact, but she cannot borrow against the business she has built over the years. So by that standard, we are currently applying that she is excluded because even though she has a wallet, she can transact, she can receive payments, she cannot borrow, and she remains outside the credit system. So the next standard for inclusion when we measure our performance as a country should be whether people have access to credit, insurance, and investment on fair terms when they need to. And I'm talking about total financial health, not simply whether they hold an account, because honestly, we've surpassed that, and we need to do and go beyond that. In large part, I believe we have built the foundation. Our task now, as a people, as regulators, as industry players, is to make sure that the same phone that lets a market trader in Techiman send money in 3 seconds also lets her borrow against the business she has spent a decade building, and lets her choose preferential terms instead of being limited to whatever her financial services provider offers to her. For me, this is what innovation at scale means. And that is the work that all of us must do together. I thank you for your kind attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, another round of applause. If you're doing it, do it better. Ma'am, would you want to take some few questions? Yes, as this has been a wonderful lecture. If we all agree, you want to put your hands together one more time. May I see some hands going up quickly? Yes, I have stewards in the aisles who do us the honors of passing the mics to you. All right, Mrs. Asante Asiedu, I want to say a very big thank you. I believe this is well understood. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. I believe for the inclusion that we're looking for in this digital economy, it must be absolute. Give and take. And these probably would be my takeouts as I share that with you based on the recency effect I picked from the conversation. Now we're wrapping today's sessions up. And while we do so, please allow me to introduce another segment that we'll be getting to. And so far, we are looking at the Ghana digital economy, and we're looking at finance as a base for this conversation. Now, bringing on the next speaker, speaker is actually one who will be moderating a panel. And per the panel here, allow me to just read a little bit about him in order to proceed. Again, if you're online, you could always send your questions and bring them through as we can do this. My brother is in a hurry and he wants to join us because the conversations really mean a lot. Yes, but as a media professional, I would say and introduce him as, in fact, a modern icon when it comes to broadcast media and doing this in one of the best stations that Ghana can provide. Please, let's welcome Mr. Caleb Kuda. Caleb, welcome. The microphone is yours. You can have your time, and after that, introduce your panel.
Thank you very much, Ato. Please, let's put our hands together for Ato for a great job. It's been a full day. He's done so well. And let's appreciate the second deputy governor as well for a very thorough, down-to-earth lecture on the digital financing space. I really appreciate the fact that we focus on the market women, and because I had them in mind while preparing for the next conversation. We'll be looking at that in a bit. Now, we've spoken about finance, we've spoken about the digital ecosystem, and we've heard from the lecture that our second deputy just eloquently delivered, that capital is not the problem, is not the challenge. Mobilizing same and building the infrastructure so that it is available and we can enhance our digital ecosystem is what we need to look at. And that's why I'm excited that for the next couple of minutes, we have the people who talk, eat, speak, and sleep capital and financing. So they're going to join me up here, and we'll be simply asking them how we can do the mobilization of that infrastructure or that architecture so we can move the digital ecosystem to where it truly can be. So I'm delighted to welcome up here Michael Asem. He is the head of transaction banking at UBA Ghana. Please appreciate him with a round of applause for me. Thank you. I also have from Fidelity Bank, Vincent Musa, Director of Digital Services Support. Please let's welcome him with a round of applause as well. Thank you so much. I do have the Chief Executive Officer, IT Consortium, Romeo Kwame Buje. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. And then sitting in for Mr. Michael Abe, who is the Chief Executive Officer for Venture Capital Trust Fund, is Mr. Percy Ofori Ampoma. He's the General Manager for Venture Capital Trust Fund. Please let's welcome him with a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really want you to appreciate yourselves also because it's been a long day, but you've been really active. Thank you for your participation. We promise to keep this very interactive, engaging, and straight to the point. Grateful. So, we've heard your profiles. We know you do a lot that relates to what we are talking about today. I'm going to give you a problem question, and very interactive, so feel free and engage how you know best based on your profession. This is something they do to us in law school, so I'm just bringing some to you. Compulsory question for 30 marks. It's a problem question, So in this question, I bring you some realities that have come up for discussion on radio. In fact, only last week, my colleague Godfred Akotobuafu was complaining about a Wache seller in Dansoman. She had issued a notice that she was no longer accepting Momo payments, and that was simply because people were refusing to add charges whenever they had to pay her. So her notice was that she was no longer receiving Momo payments. And then there was a complaint also about fuel attendants who were always asking for charges. And that seems to put people off when they have to pay for services of, in this case, fuel with Momo. I see some of you are taking notes on my problem question. I'm almost done. Now, there's a lawyer friend I know who says she's done using the card for POS services because she's noticed that the charges over time is exorbitant. So she prefers to use cash. Now, that defeats our cashless economy project. So now you are a consultant. This is the question. Okay. So you're a consultant to the government of Ghana. Advise the government based on your professional background on what government can do to unlock capital for innovation, to scale or to expand the digital economy in Ghana. This is a problem question. Compulsory problem question for 30 marks. Who should I start with? I will start with anyone at all can start. So basically, we are looking at the real problems on the ground. Our distinguished guest lecturer has eloquently elaborated some of the successes we've chalked over the period. But we still see that we have some challenges going. I've just put it all together in a very conversational way to call it a problem question, to ask you how we can address these things so that the Wache seller can go back to accepting Momo charges, and then the fuel attendants will stop asking for the extra charges that's putting people off. And then my lawyer friend can also go back to using her POS. As we heard in a previous panel discussion, that people use phones a lot to do their payments in China and other places. Who wants to volunteer to take this first? Okay, great. Please talk to me.
Thank you very much. I decided to pick this first because I feel that that is something that we've been trying to solve for some time now. When mobile money especially started, what people were using it for was just for transactions. So I send money to you, and the next thing is to go and cash out. And when I'm going to cash out, then there will be charges. So the concept of cash out charges is based on the fact that I want to still have cash. To solve this problem, we came up with what we then now call the push and pull, where we allowed traders to be able to push money to their bank account. And I remember when we implemented this, the board of the bank that we worked with didn't understand us. And then we challenged them that they allow us to implement for some time. And after, I think, about 6 months to a year, they were getting more money to the bank than get money going out of the bank. Because a lot of the traders then realized that banking closes at 3 or 4, but they can work to 8 to be able to push it. So a lot of the time when people ask for charges is out of ignorance. And one of the ways we can solve it is actually to educate. Because now with the ecosystem that has been built, I don't need the money in cash to be able to transact the next time. Because when I get the money and then I have to finance my school fees or buy my course or transfer money to someone, I already have the money on my wallet. And based on that, I don't need any charges. Collect. The example you gave, for instance, for the fuel attendants, the problem is not mobile money. It is actually the use of it. A lot of companies, instead of using solutions that allow them to be able to track their transactions and be able to get value, the attendants are using their mobile wallet to receive the money. And what the owners don't know is that they are building credit for themselves because the mobile money operators will pay commission on the deposit that they have. And so it is a way of creating bank within bank so that I make the money, but the company doesn't.
Right. So in a nutshell, how would you propose the government deals with this?
So that was what I was coming to.
Thank you.
So one, I talked about education.
Right.
And two, Madam, please make cash expensive. Because cash is expensive. But a lot of people think that cash is cheap. When you look at how we transfer money, cash from place to place, the insurance that covers us, and the risk of being attacked, this is risky. And so we need to make cash expensive. And make digital payment cheaper. Now it is the other way around.
Okay, please explain how to make cash expensive for those of us who don't understand this.
Thank you very much. I'm happy Romeo ended on that score.
Good.
Let me just take one step to Saturday incident. If you remember what
this
happened
is Laboni.
at KFC.
Oh, right. The
You remember
Ghana,
that story?
The 15 Ghana.
Why was it the case?
Right.
Was because there was an element of compensation. There was an element of discount.
Okay.
There was an element of gift back to the person.
Customers.
If you follow consumer behavior, that part of compensation is how we can build that level of trust to use the system. Again, let me do history. Some time past, Shell introduced a fuel card, and the compensation was just 1%. I was shocked to know that trotro drivers were even patronizing it, using that fuel card to buy fuel. So first point is that we need to look at, yes, making cash expensive. So if I go to the point of purchase, if I'm using a digital platform, what I expect is that I get a discount.
Oh, so there should be a discount. While cash is expensive,
That's right.
Then we have discounts on digital
Sure.
wallets.
So if the cost of the item is 10 cedis,
Yeah.
whilst I'm using cash, I pay 10 cedis or 11.
Okay.
Then the person using the digital platform pays something less, maybe 9 cedis or 8 cedis or something.
Guys, do you like this idea? Oh, you want to put your hands together? Deputy Governor is here. She will take it to the, to her boss. Straight up, we will see something like that. I like it.
If you do that, indeed, we'll be able to achieve this particular goal.
Fantastic.
Number two, banks must be penalized for charging free cash pickup services.
Okay.
I go and I put a POS at his shop, or I think it's Lene James. Good. I put a POS at Lene. I charge Lene a service fee up to 2.5 or more for accepting that terminal. However, when a bullion goes there, the bank will waive the fee for the bullion pickup services. Point here is the bank is going with a vehicle, the bank is going with armed military or police.
Very risky.
And the bank is going with staff who are perhaps not insured. I'm just saying, I'm just assuming.
Yeah.
Even if they are insured, it comes at a cost. How would you marry the two? That one which is electronic and seamless, I am charging for it, and one that involves a lot of costs, I'm giving it out for free. So for me, if given the opportunity to advise government, I think that's what we need to do, just leveraging on what Romeo said, making cash very expensive,
Fantastic.
and making the digital rails very cheaper.
I like this idea.
Thank you.
I really like it. So, Mr. Michael SM, transaction banking.
Yes.
UBA Ghana. Talk to me on my problem question.
Okay, again, so I'll build on what Musa also said.
Yes.
And then also talk about what Governor talks about. You see, we don't have data on credit history for SME and the market women, just as you mentioned. Now, just imagining paying with Momo, you are building the records, which I rely on to advance credit to you. So if you are accepting cash in your hands, and then there's no record to it, then you walk to me, and then it tells me that you sell a volume of wachi every month. There's no data around it. But if you accept all the payment through Momo, and then you pull the data, and then you give it to me to say that this is my records, that records alone could reduce the interest that I'll give to you.
Right.
Because you become less riskier than somebody who just walk in without data.
Right.
Data-driven is very important. Coming to education, we need to educate them. Again, I'll refer to what Governor said. When you go to Nairobi, it is very difficult for you to pay something in cash.
With cash,
Even if you
that's true.
take Uber, they prefer for you to pay in IPESA.
Even the border.
Everything,
Which we call
IPESA.
Okada.
Even if you want to give a tip, IPESA is acceptable.
Yeah.
So we need to educate our people.
True.
Whether you are a market woman or whether you are a structured organization,
Yeah.
payment through digital way is the best thing to do.
I love
now,
that.
coming to the POS.
Yes.
I'm a transaction banker. What POS give me is more of deposit than me charging fee.
Right.
So I'll be willing to waive the charges that I give to the merchant
Right.
and then get more deposits,
Right.
which is cheaper deposits than for a bulk payment to come to me and then dictate to me how much I should pay on
So
his
whose
return.
responsibility is it to effect that waiver?
For me, it's the bank.
So it's
And
the
you see,
bank.
it's the bank to do, but unfortunately, banks are not collaborating.
Oh.
That is a bigger problem that we have.
So is there a role the regulator can play here?
Yes, we have to. And you see, today the issue is that I tell my banks that we shouldn't be competing with another bank. We should rather collaborate and then probably compete with fintech or
Beautiful.
collaborate with fintech.
Beautiful.
So that we can work together in this ecosystem.
I appreciate your thoughts. Thank you so much. Mr. Percival Ofori Poma, yes, General Manager for Venture Capital Trust Fund. From where you sit, I have a problem question for you. You're a consultant. Speak to the government. Earlier, we heard that you and I are the government. But in this specific situation, the deputy, second deputy is here. So let's say she's the government. She's typing her responses. She'll send it to Jubilee House. So please consult for the government.
Thank you, Caleb. Now, you put me in a difficult situation because we started with operational. What I deal with businesses and investing in them. Now, so if you ask me to advise government on, I think that the question was in two forms.
Exactly.
The first, if I gather, was mobile money charges.
Yes.
How the market woman refuses because the charges are too much and it's just impacting
The people
her business.
say they are not paying charges.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay,
and
but
that
if,
she's insisting on her charges.
because if she then accepts the money without the charges, it will impact her business.
That's what she says.
Okay. So that means that the mobile money business has a cost, right?
Mm.
And then the second is how we can, what can we advise in terms of mobilizing capital for digital transformation?
True.
Let me take the first one, and then we can talk about the second one.
Right.
Business stands on de-risking.
Mm.
Every business that starts, if you ask any fintech company to go and raise money or get money from any institution, whether it's a DFI or it is the government itself, or a bank, the first question they'll be asking you is, how do you make money?
True.
So, in other words, you cannot have a business which does not make money, which then translates into the cost that the mobile money people are charging. Now, so if that cost can come down, it depends on the risk that is exposed to that business. If government, the biggest part government can play is de-risking businesses that play in this industry. De-risking can come in many forms.
Right.
One of them, of course, is regulatory.
True.
To make it easier for these companies to operate in a manner that doesn't make it too expensive. And if it's not too expensive, then they can transfer those costs to their consumers. In that way, the woman doesn't have to worry too much about the charges. It could be very minimal, and therefore she can afford to use it, and the mobile money transactions will start flowing again. The second is the cost of capital itself. Where are they getting the money to start these businesses? If
Yeah.
it's expensive, he ought to charge and make the money.
Yeah.
So if the cost of capital is not cheap, and they have to still go to the banks, and this afternoon I think I've heard access to capital.
Yeah.
I think perhaps we should add the cost of capital.
capital.
In recent weeks or recent months, we have seen that the cost of capital has gone down significantly from where we used to be.
That's true.
But it's not enough. For example, for the tech startups that we are talking about, the digital platforms we are talking about,
Yeah.
they want cheaper access to funding so they can provide these innovative platforms that produces the digital economy we're talking about.
Right.
So if the cost of capital is expensive, then that expense is transferred into the cost of these mobile platforms
Right.
we're talking about.
Thank you.
Government can de-risk that cost and can reduce that cost of capital for people to do business.
Thank
At
you,
least that's the
Percival.
truth, yes, I
You
can talk
all
about.
scored 30 over 30 for my first compulsory question. Please put your hands together for my panelists. Great job done. Now, I'll get into the questions that are tailored for you very shortly, but what has happened with my problem question is you've all answered and taken chunks of what we have significantly, the substantial issues we have to address. And so I'm still using these anecdotes, problem questions, and real-life situations to ask my questions to you. And you're all addressing it from your various professional backgrounds, and I really appreciate it. There was a point that the second deputy governor spoke about that remained with me, that the market woman who has mobile money wallets, who has done that for so many years, despite having those records, is still outside of the credit system. And we are looking at financing Ghana's digital economy to unlock capital for innovation at scale. So how do we do this so that the market woman can then be included in the credit system? I want your thoughts on this. Yes. I'll start with Moses.
Okay, maybe let me start.
Yes.
See, Caleb, one thing that we are ignoring or we are not seeing is that I noticed that we don't take a look at the value chain financing. We don't look at value chain financing. The question is that this market woman in the market, where does he buy a product from? There's definitely somebody who supplied the product for her before she comes to sell. The issue is that financial institutions go to pick that one person isolated and then try to map up a credit around that particular person. But when you do that, you may not get that person included in the financial system. What I would recommend is that we get to that market woman. Where does he buy the stock from? Definitely there's a supplier. It is the supplier who have a real data of that market woman. The market woman will walk to the bank and say that I made a turnover of maybe 20,000 every month. He can show you a Momo wallet to say that I make 20,000 every month. Yeah. But really, that Momo wallet or Momo account, all the payment that come into it, is it from what she sells? Probably no. Yeah. A bank or financial institution will rely on that data and they may get it wrong. But if I go to the supplier where the market woman buy the product from, and I ask him, give me a data around this supplier who comes to buy from you. And then he is able to tell me that over the last 6 months, this is the purchases order that the person has made. Yeah. And then this is the number of times that she comes to me to buy. I'll be able to have a structure around her credit. Right. And then I'll be able to confirm the data and then give credit to him. But the situation where they are left out is the fact that we try to assess them based on standalone. Okay. So the suggestion is that we have to begin to look at a value chain, look at the entire ecosystem, and then see how we can take it end to end and then finance them. If you leave one out and they are focusing on one, you won't get it. Okay. And that's the challenges that banks are having. They target the big one, and then leave out the small one. Okay. But in the aggregation of those small sales,
then the volumes are huge.
Exactly. Right. And then again, you don't need collateral from those people. I keep saying it. I have done credit for several years.
So why do you keep asking for it and you keep them out of the system?
It's because there's no data. For me, a landed property is not something that I'll be looking at. But I'll be looking at cash flow. If your data, your sales revenue, and all data can give me the frequency of your sales, right, why do I go and take a landed property as a collateral?
That satisfies me. I'll give that as a bonus question to anyone who wants to add any further thought, or we will move on to other substantial questions.
So,
please go ahead. Yes.
Just leveraging on what he said,
yes,
also
please.
Within the ecosystem play, aside the fact that we are not looking at data, we are not also looking for right partnerships.
Okay.
So, who would help us harness this information? The data is there, but they are isolated. Okay. Can we do a partnership with a fintech that understand and appreciate these type of conversations? Right. So that once you do that, it helps to be able to answer the question. You'll be amazed to realize that, for instance, if I have a POS, it's sitting here, and there is fraud, I find it difficult to escalate. Or even if I escalate, I might not report it well. But if you have a central system being driven by technology,
Data.
trust me, that particular flag will show.
The good thing is that Mr. Buje is with the IT consortium.
Sure.
Yeah.
So he's really itching to say a thing or two.
Exactly.
So I give this to you, bonus question.
So let me finish before
Please
Mr.
wrap up,
Buje
yes.
comes. The other part, so we need that partnership with the likes of Mr. Buje
Yes.
to be able to come out with some of these solutions to answer this.
Fantastic.
Otherwise, what will happen is, yes, you have a product as a transaction banking person. You are supposed to do a quick turnaround to be able to serve the customer. The customer comes in, you still use the normal process. There's a checklist, 1, 2, 3, sort of 10 minutes or 2 minutes. You end up using 1 week to disburse such a loan. So the systems are quite important for us. And also the question of product innovation. We also, as bankers, need to appreciate the various products that are, or the reality on the ground. So if I go to the ground, and he said something about the fellow going to the supplier, if I don't understand the person's suppliers, if I don't understand the person's business, trust me, I cannot do anything. So for me, really, we need to appreciate we need to interact with the business people. We need to appreciate their pains.
So there's a gap between the banks and the business women?
It doesn't exist, not gap. Thank you.
Wow, that's serious. Mr. Buje, talk to me.
Yeah.
Wow.
There is a solution.
Yeah.
I think it is more of the scale.
Okay.
I don't want to talk too much about my company, but that is the only example I can use.
Please, feel free.
Okay. So just imagine having a merchant app, a merchant solution that has an embedded suppliers, the merchants, the banks, and then a fintech platform. So what we have come up with is that when I give you the solution and as you transact, I tag the digital payment and I tag the cash. My credit score analytic platform reduces your score for cash and increases your score for digital. When you are selling, let's give an example of somebody who just sells different goods. The person picks her things from a supplier. So we have suppliers on the platform advertising. Yeah. And what we are doing is that we want to be able to do trade financing, not necessarily giving you cash to go and do something. Okay. So having this partnership links the suppliers. So if I need, let's say, $10 of milk or whatever, I just, on the platform, I know all the suppliers that are there, and I'll be able to. But what can I do to ensure that I'm not putting the suppliers at risk? Okay. It is based on the credit analysis that we are doing as you are working. So we try to remove the friction of you going to apply for anything to be able to qualify. But as you work, we then show you where you are on your dashboard. So if I know that your transaction volume has to reach here, your value has to reach here, then that becomes the score that you get on a platform. And once it hits green, you can just click on a button and you have the credit. That makes it easy, but to be able to scale it will mean having all these partnerships built.
Right.
Okay. The second thing is maybe coming to capital. So this is a way by which you are financing without necessarily going to ask somebody to bring collateral.
Right.
There is this, we have this platform we call Chango, which was approved by Central Bank.
Yes.
But people have realized that how can I raise money for startups without necessarily having to go to a bank to collect money?
Yeah.
So we worked with SEC to come up with an intermediary fund manager at a lower level. Okay, so lower ticket. Okay. So I have a startup that needs, let's say, 100,000 Ghana cedis.
Yeah.
maybe $10,000 or 20, I can get 100 people that might want to throw in money for this product. And it is done in some of the developed countries, where I can come up with a product and sell the product before it gets manufactured.
That's correct.
And get commitment from the public.
True.
But because SEC has approved this intermediary, that intermediary becomes the person that goes looking for the money
Right.
for this startup.
Inventor.
And because that person is regulated, the individual then has a responsibility to ensure that this startup will do the things that will make sure you pay either debt or equity. If we're able to structure this well, I guess we will be able to finance a lot of startups, innovators in this country,
Right.
without what the banks might call the collateral.
Very well.
But because you have a professional involved, you have to be able to work out the financing in such a way that the professional gets paid well, the startup gets money to do its work, and then the ordinary investor, I might have only $1,000 or maybe 10,000 Ghana cedis, but I'll be able to invest in such a way that I will get some dividend out of that product. And with that, you can actually scale.
Right.
So that is one of our things I've been toying in my mind
Right.
for a long time, and we are working on it, and I pray that we'll be able to
Beautiful
scale.
ideas. The right people are in this room to help make it a reality, so we are looking forward to that. Percival, do you have any thoughts on that bonus question, or I move to my substantive question?
Just something, just an addition, very quickly.
Yeah.
We're talking about data
True.
and about what remains in the system when people are doing the transactions. If central bank is involved, it means that if you have a mobile money, and the deputy governor said, raise your hand if you had a mobile account. Of course, now it's an account because your mobile money is your mobile number.
True.
So if everybody had one, and everybody is recorded, and it's a closed loop, such that you can't go anywhere, it means that the market woman transacting business on her mobile money number is known, and her transactions can be traced.
Yeah.
And if her transactions can be traced and is secure, and there is no doubt about it, then it means a bank can actually rely on that data
Right.
without any qualms.
Right.
But if there are problems with that data, and there's no closed loop, and I know people say, you want to transfer money to somebody, I think the artisans that we talked about, and says, oh, no, please.
Yeah.
I owe money on my Momo
Exactly.
account, so don't do that. Give it to that one so I can go and do cash out.
Yeah.
So if that cannot be trusted, then it becomes a problem.
That's a
So perhaps that system must be created where there's trust
Yeah.
on the mobile money transactions, on financial transactions in that ecosystem. That helps the banks to place a trust on it so that that woman's transactions, once the bank sees it, they don't need any collateral.
Very
Because
well.
they know she's doing business,
And
she can
she's
prove
trustworthy.
it, the system can prove it, and she can be given credit.
That's
Thank
exciting.
you.
And I was really going to ask how many of us have tried to pay by transfer to someone who says, no, wait, then you pay to someone. Can I see by hands? Yeah, the cobbler always has a different number, and it's a woman's name. And most of the time it's some Yabru, some different name. I don't know how, but yeah. Okay, so now, see, we are saying that if Ghana is to achieve innovation at scale, we need to really mobilize and structure the capital required to finance this digital transformation. And like we've heard from the second deputy governor, capital is not a problem. The mobilization and architecture is what it is, the challenge we are having, which is why we are having this conversation. So from national digital infrastructure and major technology initiatives to enterprise digitalization, fintech startups, and indigenous technology companies, how do we work together to ensure that we are able to build this architecture? From your standpoint, I see, Moses, you have the microphone.
Okay, again, let me start. So, again...
Asam.
Yeah, Asam.
Oh, Asam, sorry, Asam Kasia.
No problem.
Asam.
So, you see,
forgive me.
We, as financial institutions, we are working in silos. I don't want to... I know I know Vincent way back from university. We work in different banks. But I can assure you that if I need an information from the bank in which he works, he will never give it to me. That's how we work.
You are competing?
Yes, we are competing. And you see, almost everybody has multiple banks as of today. A client has account in almost all the banks. The only difference is the service that I provide and the service that he provides. Or probably the person likes me and then he doesn't like Vincent. And because of that, they try to swing us by giving information to Vincent and then giving information to me, and we are not able to confirm that information from each other because we don't want to disclose it. Right. There are situations where a client will own Vincent, the client will own me, but would never know until this collateral management team came in, and then the SDS, credit bureau, and all those things came in. Right. So it's about time that we should know that we are working together, and then we need to collaborate. Now, years back, the fintechs are not in the space, but today, they are top of everything that they do. We are financiers. We receive the cash. Let's allow the fintechs to do what they are best in doing. But the only thing we need is that we collaborate with them. And then we agree on sharing ratio in terms of income. But whilst we are collaborating with fintechs, they are also trying to draw fee into their side because they are the one having the capacity or the power to make that happen. We are also saying that we are the one bringing the funding, and then it turned out to delay, and the customer is the one that suffers. So I would suggest that we need to collaborate as a bank. We need to collaborate with fintechs so that we get the architecture right. Because like she said, money is not a problem. Yeah. The pensions also have the money. Yeah. But how do we leverage on that?
So who should start that? Who should lead that aspect of the conversation? Because I get the sense that collaboration and working together is what is lacking. So who should be doing that?
The good thing is that, once again, the good thing is that today the banks are collaborating well with the fintech.
Better than before.
Better than before.
But not among each other.
Not among each other.
So with fintechs, you have a great relationship.
Yeah, we do. But you see, if this fintech is handling Fidelity Bank, and the same fintech is handling UBA, you can just imagine what will happen. True. So because we have a regulator, I would suggest that if there is a uniform way of collaborating so that we head towards certain line that the economy wants to go, that would be better.
Okay.
Thank you.
I see Moses has his hand up, and I'll come to Mr. Boudier and then, of course, Mr. Percival on this one.
Who should lead the collaboration?
Exactly.
For me, it's subject to the issue at stake. Right. There are certain instances the fintech is best placed to lead the conversation. There are certain instances the bank is best placed to lead the conversation. And there are certain instances maybe the regulator would be the best place. I'll give you an example.
Okay.
So he talked about a scenario where a fintech A has business with Bank A and Bank B.
True.
Now, by virtue of that relationship, there is information that is available to this fintech. Now, the fintech, all they need to do is to play neutral, not disclose information, try to, as much as possible, hold certain information. But because it's a digital information, it is something that is available. Take, for instance, he mentioned something about my credit score.
Yeah.
My credit score today is able to give you your credit instantly because it's picking information across all the payment rails. So if I want to know my credit score today, once I input my Ghana card, I'm able to get that information. With this level of placement, my credit score is well placed to support the banks to loan out money to any entity that is ready to take the money. All right? The other part of it is when it is the bank has seen an opportunity. The bank can also approach the fintech to say, look, this opportunity exists. They collaborate or co-create the solution. And then the bank takes whatever it is, take the lead, and then give the opportunity to other banks to also come and play. Then where it requires an entire industry play, then that is where, for instance, the regulator will come in. I asked a question today. If I am funding a business, A, to purchase a product, and he said that we don't disclose information. If I fund a particular invoice, do I have a reservoir where I can go in to query that invoice detail to say that this invoice information has been funded? It's not there. Right. So the regulator will lead this particular chart. And so to help us build this type of reservoir and manage it at their end. So that this level of payment, this level of reducing the risks would come to reality. We'll begin to see that it is impacting on businesses. So once I know I'm lending to Caleb and Sons, because we are talking of SME, Caleb and Sons, and any invoice that is paid, I'm required by regulation to put it in a particular system. I put it in there, and if Bujay is funding it, once he go in there, he sees that no, there is this invoice has been funded, so there will not be duplication. We are safe as banks, and it will help us. So that is how we can play. So we have instances where we have somebody to lead. Thank you.
Very well. Mr. Bujay, I'm coming to you, but let me give you a question for your thoughts before I get to you for your substantive question. That's for you, Mr. Percival, right? So that would be what must change within Ghana's investment ecosystem to attract significantly greater domestic and international capital into the technology and innovation space. So what must we change as we seek to attract international and national domestic capital into our technology and innovation space? And maybe we may want to touch on the various types of capital that are available that we can tap into. But Mr. Bujay, my substantive question to you is, how should banks, fintech companies, government and investors collaborate to build a financial ecosystem capable of supporting Ghana's rapidly evolving digital economy, piggybacking on the questions of collaboration? Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think a lot has been done, and I always say that we have to reach the point where we can scale. Currently, I mean, I don't know any bank that I don't collaborate with. I collaborate with every bank.
Okay.
Our system works with all the banks. I think that sometimes one of the problems we've had in the collaboration has been trust, where maybe speaking from the bank's perspective, the bank might think that, oh, the fintech will give my ideas to the other bank. And then the fintech also says that the bank is actually taking my ideas and giving it to another person. Yes, you can sign an NDA, but it doesn't take you anywhere. So the trust is important. I remember some years back when the discussion on open banking thing started. One of the things that the governors seek to help us with is individuals in companies owning their data, irrespective of where it sits. Because if I have been transacting on mobile money and I can't use that data for anything because the person that I'm going to give the information to doesn't trust that it's actually that. There has to be a way by which, by law, I can own my data. So I can move my data from one bank to another, and get the credit that I need. So if we have that one structured, it will help with collaboration, because I know that no matter what I'm doing, that data doesn't belong to the bank. It doesn't belong to the mobile money platform. It doesn't belong to a fintech platform. It belongs to me as a company and as an individual. So trust is important. Sometimes, and pardon me, madam, sometimes the central bank seems to look too much at the banks rather than us, fintechs. But we are working together. And so when that discrimination in quotes exists, then they lose trust in us and we lose trust in them. Because when they are at the table and they are speaking, they will say that we are causing the problem. And when we are at the table and we are speaking, then we say they are causing the trouble. We should have a way by which we talk together. And that will build the confidence that will allow for collaboration. So the example I gave on trade links, the suppliers, the banks, the merchant, the banks get value because they can finance the supplier. The supplier gets value because his or her goods are being exposed. And in between, the fintech also gets their little coins that allow them to be able to transact. And
Very
because everybody has value in this,
Yeah.
then everybody would want to work together.
Very well. In a very short while, we'll give a right of reply to the second deputy, and then we'll come back to you. And then if you have a question, I'll make room for one question because our time is really up. So,
Thank
please,
you very
have the
much.
floor.
Just a few interventions. It's not a banter, so it's not a reply. So just to address Romeo's concern, I think what we have started to do is engage the fintechs. We engage the banks a lot, that's true, but we started an engagement with the fintechs. But I get your point about bringing the two together so we can have the conversation around the table. So that's something that we're definitely going to take forward to do. You talked about the customer getting access to their data. Our open banking and open finance, that's the whole objective. So the customer owns their data. If they don't like your terms, they move their data to another capital provider,
Right.
and that helps address it. But I think putting all the conversation in context, as a central bank, our biggest contribution in any economy is how you regulate the sector and how you, through monetary policy, then ensure that borrowing and interest rates are low. And I think that's something that we have done and will continue to do. I mean, not too long ago, interest rates were around average 32%. We are now
Correct.
around 16.
Correct.
And with the right understanding of the individual's risk, some of them are even borrowing at GRR minus. GRR is the Ghana reference rate. That's the minimum expected that a bank can lend to. So that's something that we are doing and we also will continue to do. Vincent talked about a database where you can see who's financed what. We have a whole collateral registry where you can actually register, and it doesn't have to be a fixed asset collateral. It can be any kind of collateral. Once you register the investment or the capital that you have invested there, anybody who is going to lend to the same customer can actually see that this customer has already borrowed against this obligation.
Wow.
And because that is available to you, you do your checks before you then lend.
Right.
Maybe the final point is the credit reference bureaus, which again we have licensed and continue to work with. And I know that some of them are increasingly also developing digital way of credit scoring. And what that will do is again enable us to see at first hand, not just looking at collateral, but whether this customer that you want to lend to is credit worthy,
Right.
and if they have the capacity to repay you. So these are all things that at the central bank, agitate our mind.
Right.
And please be assured that we're continuing to work to improve those. But if there are additional specifics, I think you'll accept.
Fantastic.
Gentleman from venture capital know how to reach me, so let's talk. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's looking like the banks need to collaborate some more with the regulator too, because there's a lot that's also happening that we need to take advantage of.
Yeah.
Actually, we need to give the central bank its flowers. It's done well. We see what you're doing. It's impacting our lives. We appreciate it while we ask for more. Thank you. So, Percival, yes.
Well, Kelly, so let me take this into an arena that I understand better.
Please
let
do.
me cheat here because you gave us some questions ahead of time.
Yes, I did.
I'll try and address your
Please.
question in that. Financing spectrum has, between the bands of secured debt all the way to unsecured, is quite wide. So in unsecured, you have equity, for example, you have mezzanine debt, you have preference shares, all the way to debt, credit. We've been talking a lot about credit. But let's shift a bit to the equity side. And the reason is very simple. It is the financing that does not require interest payment. And interest servicing means that the entrepreneur, who is not required to make payment, has the mindset to think long-term and to grow the business long-term. Now, in Ghana, we have tried, and this is where I get into my environment, pardon me, we have to talk about what we do. In Ghana, Ghana thought way ahead of any African country in 2004 when it said, because of the access to finance and cost of finance, let's introduce venture capital and private equity into the market. Let's fund a government institution that is going to put money out there and for the purpose of making money available to startups, SMEs, growth businesses, so that they can be funded, not using credit necessarily, because that is where the cost was, but using equity, not necessarily just equity. Get the money, go and kill yourself. No. Get the money, but it's smart money that comes with SEC licensed fund managers who are helping you to build the business long term. So we got it right in 2004. Unfortunately, the moment that program started, the law that was used to underpin that program was repealed. And that law was never replaced. So that funding structure collapsed. However, the venture capital did not die.
Right.
Over the years, in terms of mobilizing private sector capital, every city that the government had put to venture capital out there for investment, private sector has matched it by 5.56 Ghana cedis. In other words, the 1 Ghana cedi of government, venture capital has been able to mobilize 5.56 Ghana cedis. So now we are talking about 2 billion Ghana cedis worth of money. That is not necessarily credit, but it's equity that is more favorable to startups and young companies in fintech, in digital space that are required to think long term. So that aspect is there, and we continue to work on that. But it is not just that. We have to also think about structures. Currently, Ghana's pension funds are perhaps the largest growing pool of capital available for this economy. And every economy survives based on some of these structures. What are we doing to mobilize private sector capital? Again, the pension funds have started looking at private equity and venture capital space. Our capital market, which is the stock market, is also available. Most of these structures need to be empowered, need to be enriched, need to be financed, need to be de-risked, so that the funding can flow easily to fund managers who are mobilizing money, who are raising money. They are transforming this money into companies who are also looking for funding. And then finally, they then become so successful they can then go to the stock market and raise additional money. So it's a spectrum. But let me also touch on the international aspect of it. In Ghana, we have a little problem. The structure of mobilizing money, one aspect of it is the limited liability company structure that we use. It's a bit technical, it's a bit legal, but I'll make it simple. Globally, it is accepted that if you want to do some of these structures to mobilize money from external, you need a particular structure. It's called the limited partnership structure globally. Unfortunately, Ghana doesn't have it. And so you will see that funds are being domiciled outside Ghana that are coming into Ghana. We have done the best we could to put structures in place that mimic this, but it is not complete. And so when it comes to mobilizing international capital, that is a big issue. And then finally, Caleb, one more thing, please. Anytime we go out there to mobilize money, there's a question. Do we have the pipeline or the deals that will be taking up this money? And that comes to the operators. Those people, the business, the entrepreneurs, the young engineers out here who are looking for funding. There must be some business development, or should I say investor readiness programs run by universities, run by government institutions that are preparing these companies properly to access these funding. Without that, we don't have the pipeline that will take up these monies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Percival. Let's put our hands together for my panelists. There is so much we've all heard, and I'm sure we all have some take home from what we've heard so far. There's been a conversation about collaboration, the need to build structures. We've talked about education, which is very important. And I like the fact that there was a suggestion for cash to be made expensive. There should be incentives for going digital, so that what we saw around KFC over the weekend will be the kind of story we see with respect to the moving digital and staying there. There is a lot more to explore with this conversation, and that's why tomorrow and for some time throughout the week, we'll be having this conversation. So thank you for coming. My name is Caleb. I really appreciate your attention up until this point. Let's put our hands together for my panelists once again. They will be available. If you have any questions, you may please ask them. But we'd like to invite the second deputy up here for a photo opportunity with my panelists. And Ato, thank you too. Thank you so much. I hand over to you now.
Appreciate it.
Wonderful.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, you want to put your hands together and appreciate them. for being a part of this conversation. Mrs. Asante Asieri will join this. Ladies and gentlemen, it is still the National ICT Week here from the City Conference Center of the University of Ghana. You want to smile? Yeah, wonderful. Please, may I ask that you remain standing? I just got something and I want him to join us. Please, welcoming the head of FinTech and Innovation Department at the Bank of Ghana, Mr. Elahan Oreku Asari. Yes, please. I can understand so, sir. And at this point, let me give an opportunity for Kofi as well. Kofi Hagan, you want to join this one? Yes, please join them. Mr. La had his take earlier. Please join them for coming. Partner from Lene, please, you want to put your hands together for him while he joins us. Please keep the smiles coming. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Please, let's appreciate them with another round of applause. And thank you, Caleb, for the kind words as well. Gradually, we're bringing day one to a close. We continue tomorrow at 9 a.m. exactly. Please, let's be on time and let's get the conversations going. Bringing today's curtains down, please help me welcome one astute gentleman who has been a part of this journey in its third year, a distinguished member of the board. We appreciate, the whole Bank of Ghana team, give them a round of applause. Yeah, now I see them. Wonderful. Let's welcome Mr. Alan Bear Saw to do us the honors of the closing remarks to end day one. Please, a resounding round of applause. It is not easy, especially for anyone who sits through entirely. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There was a poem by Muta Baruka, this poem, I don't know if you've heard it. And at the end he says that, I hope this poem remains in your minds and plays in your minds and in your minds. I hope these conversations that we have today stay on with you. We speak about them, we talk about them, we engage ourselves. So if this is just day one, I can only look forward to what we are going to get in the remaining days. Distinguished guests, esteemed panelists, partners, good afternoon. We opened today with innovation at scale, and by the time we are closing today, we have seen how we've scaled through the issues that have come up. We've dissected them. We're having conversations around various things. We've had our minister's vision for the industry. We've spoken to, we've heard about the Chief of Staff's challenge to us, the Deputy Governor's roadmap, and of course, the sharp minds that have debated the various issues we have put to ourselves. To our panelists and speakers, I say Ayiko, and thank you for coming. And to our partners and sponsors, HR Focus, MEST, IIPGH, Broad Spectrum, Smart Infraco, Huawei, GDS, MTN, Margins Group, IPMC, C-Squared, and Ringo Blocks. We can all say Ghana's digital ecosystem moves because you have invested in it and you keep investing in it. And to every one of you in the room this evening, thank you for showing up. Thank you for holding our colleagues from Immigration Service. You've been here since the morning, and I'm really, really, really proud of you all. Thank you so much. I see my own friend D.S. Yafu in the crowd there somewhere. But just one thing, this is just day one. We have 3 more days to go, more conversations, more talk, and I hope that when you're coming, bring somebody so that we can enjoy a few more days. Thank you very much, and let the conversations keep on. Bless you.
A resounding round of applause. Alan, thank you so much. Thank you. Well said. Already admonished for tomorrow. Today has been day one of the National ICT Week celebrations under the theme Innovation at Scale, creating opportunities across Ghana's digital economy, or ecosystem, sorry. And please tomorrow bring someone just as Mr. Alan Bearsaw said, and make sure that we are on time. That is important. That way we can have more time for the conversations. If you joined us online as well, thank you very much. My name is Atwabas, and truly it has been an honor and a pleasure to be here with you. God bless NITA. God bless Ghana. God bless us all. Hello. Photographers, please, for photo opportunities, if you want to take photos, please, you can do that. Also, lunch is served in the same